Okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Sorry. Hello. Hello. He exists. Enough people believed. The streamer exists. Okay, so first and foremost, just a disclaimer and or just like, you know, just to settle my nerves a little bit. The kids are being unusually bad today. Usually my kids are great, but the kids are being a bit rambunctious today. So if you hear them in the background or if they're really noisy, I may have to take a short break and lay down some daddy law or something like that. I don't know. Which I have a I passed the bar, so I should be fine. But, you know, they're settled a bit now. Push day today? Today was pull day. Pull day today. You know it's pull day when you get some hand sanitizer on the way out of the gym and your hands are burning because you didn't realize how many like tiny little cuts and scrapes you had given your hands by doing the pull. Probably the worst thing about starting to be a gym bro or a gym person is that the calluses on your hands build up and they can be annoying quite a bit, and you don't even realize when until you felt it. Why no gloves? Gloves don't do anything. Would you wear gloves if they did something to stop it? Yeah, but they don't. You're still gonna get the calluses. Gloves work for me. Really? That's rare. You could wear gloves like Ryan Gosling. The chatter is right on the way to the gym and then take them off when I'm there. What do you do? I lift. I have straps that I use that help a little bit, but not too much. That is the wrong window I just did that for. I also have a pair of VersaGrips, but I haven't used them extensively yet, so I can't give a verdict on the VersaGrips just yet. Right now my verdict is, or right now my preview is that, God damn it. Sorry. My opinion on it right now is that they are overpriced. They're pretty good, but they're overpriced for what they are. But if you have so much money, then VersaGrips might be worth it for your gym sessions. You sound extra tired today. Oh, do I? I'm pretty good. I just like force fed myself some food, so I'm just a little out of sorts maybe. Did you see my Alan Wake Umi crossover joke on Jazz? I haven't really been on Jazz much today at all, so I haven't seen anything on Jazz today, sorry. Umineko. Caffeine time, perhaps? Caffeine doesn't really do much for me. I don't know. If I need one, I'll try an energy drink in during break if I need one, but we'll see. I feel like the energy drinks aren't doing much for me either. They do help with the gym though, so they help with the physical things, so maybe I should have one. Have you listened to Abracadabra yet? Yeah, I spoke about it yesterday, didn't I? Or was it just in text? I can't remember. Did Irene ask me in chat or did she ask me in mod chat? I can't remember. Yeah, I listened to it. I thought it was good. Kate enjoys Lady Gaga as well, and she didn't like the song that much. But we'll see. Maybe she's more into Taylor Swift at the moment. You mentioned reading again the non-human Tea Party. Yes, and that is question mark, I'm guessing. I want to see what Burn Castle says at the end. Who's your favorite character so far? Battler. I would probably say Battler, then if she continues the way she is, Beatrice. Battler, then Beatrice, then Natsui, then Kyrie, and then after that I stopped caring. They're all about equal to me after that, I guess, or it's not worth delineating. Oh, she's here. So I want to skip all the way to the end to see what Burn Castle says at the to the camera. That's what I want to go back and see. So how can I skip there, or do I just like hold the button? Whoa. I know this is sudden. Okay. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but just as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility. What's that like? Unfortunate as that may be, but you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. Pitiful or pitiable? First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. The fuck does that mean? Burn Castle, the witch of the fragments, who has lived 1,000 years. It is said she lives in a world where the concepts of fate and possibilities can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. In other words, she really wants. Sometimes she is you, and sometimes she. What? And sometimes she is your only friend. Understand? No, she likes wine and spicy foods. She hates boredom and people who never learn. Oh my god, she's literally me. Why does she have a tail? Oh no. Also hates boredom. Also 1,000 years. What happened 1,000 years ago? Did one big witch get split up into 12 Shadow of the Colossus witch fragments? I'm getting my games mixed up. By constantly continuing to think, I will live forever. In other words, if I were to stop thinking, I could die at any time. However, well, that's just everyone, love. However, once I start thinking again, I can also revive at any time. Hopefully that's everyone. That's why I'm fickle and whimsical. I live as I please, die as I please, and revive as I please. Okay, we already did this one, right? I remember reading that. Huh. But that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? No! In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then, learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then look for the conditions required to win at her game. When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart and or crush it as you please. Or cradle it and be happy? I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Bito. Bito, spoon, there we go. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal cell. Don't get the wrong idea, I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. So you understand that I'm a witch, right? I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Bito is going to weave until I tire of it, but that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I'll lend you my power. It's also that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty. Even if it's Beatrice, the Endless Witch, okay? Endless Witch. You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Okay, but if I believe in you, does that mean I also have to believe in Bito? Is this just, oops, all Bito? Is Bito's also in on this? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Wasn't she also Chrono Trig? Wasn't she also one of the ones that something like if there's a chance of it happening, then it will happen? It was something like that, wasn't it? Maybe we should have reread the all of the scene, but it's fine. Okay, I barely remember that part except for the spoon, so I'm glad that we went back and read it. I wonder if we will be returning to some other stuff like that. Can you go over any off-stream or non-stream Ui talks? I haven't really had any, except for the one that I mentioned in Persona 3 this week, where I feel like, hold on, can I get into where is it? Load? Where were we? These are all, yes, when Kraus was on the screen we were supposed to stop. Okay. Who are you? I feel like the first murder. See, people can lie, but I really feel like the ambush group, these 5, definitely do not believe in the witch. 1000%. Maybe they're lying, but they do not believe in the witch. Therefore, my conclusion is that these 5, none of them are responsible for the shed murder. Because that is the first shot put ball that went on the track in order to get the shot put ball rolling for building belief for Bitirachi, right? And there's no way anyone would sacrifice himself for that. And I feel like it's kind of unhinged to do a murder that goes along with the epitaph somehow, even though the epitaph wasn't really understood all that well. So right now, I would say with, I don't know, like a 90% certainty that the killer or killers of the first 6 people is definitely, now I understand that some of the people I'm about to say were literally killed in that, but you could fake a death or someone's pretending, right? Definitely not Rosa, definitely not Rudolph, definitely not Kyrie, definitely not Hideyoshi, definitely not Eva. Okay, that's what I'm guessing. Despite them being dead, I still feel like it's possible it could be Kraus or Shannon. I feel like it's maybe a red herring that you automatically think that the bodies that don't have teeth and are covered in blood are the fake ones, when really it's the ones that weren't bashed in that could be the fake one, and they're just playing possum, Wikipedia possum maybe. So I feel like it's still possible that it could be Kraus or Shannon, but there's no way Shannon could have done all the murders, so that means that it's someone else is working with them. In fact, the fact that 6 people were killed, maybe it's not even 6, maybe it's 4, how do you even cart them there? Makes me think like poison and then mutilated afterwards, but I wonder if there's like a detail in the food scene beforehand that some people only had a certain food and other ones didn't. And you can key into that somehow, huh? Anyway, I also think that right now, there's no way in hell that it's Maria, Battler, George, or Jessica. I also think Natsui is innocent because I love her. So right now, for the first murder, my only suspects are the servants, probably in some sort of pact, Kinzo, Nanjo, or Nanjo, fuck, or Kraus. Shit, I just realized I forgot to do something. Okay, that is, or obviously, sorry. It could just be oops, you know what? Too hard to think about. It's just Bitorici. It's just Bitorici, okay? It's too hard to think about, all right? Yeah. I wonder if the whoever killed the first round is also responsible for the others. I don't know. Since the story has brought up the possibility of there being a like imposter corpse, I'm kind of stuck on that a little bit. Because there was a line Battler said about Nanjo being like, you know, when he's talking to Bitorici. Yeah. I thought her being able to do the high kicks, she knows how to fight. Probably the most lethal person on the island. I thought maybe that was going to be important in some way. And also they're really like drilling home how like the stakes that were used need some sort of tool in order to be in order to kill somebody. Huh. Okay. I really don't feel like I have enough information, but that's where my brain is so far. What happened last stream? Last stream, we opened up with some scenes that were chronologically shattered, which is my favorite way of storytelling. Chronologically shattered with George and Shannon's relationship. And we found out that the reason why George and Shannon can even see each other is because Bitorici made a deal with Shannon if Shannon would break a mirror on the shrine on the cliff, which is why I got struck by a lightning bolt afterwards with Maria. When Ooh on the boat and pointed to it in the first episode. So Shannon is developing like a legit friendship with Bitorici. Canon doesn't like it. Canon is also developing something of feelings for Jessica and went to the school, and there's been lots of scenes with that. Eva was here. It's been mostly about Shannon, actually. Shannon and George, but mostly Shannon. I think that my read on it, and I actually hope this is right because it's really interesting to me if that's what the story is doing. My read on this is that most of this episode so far has been unreliable and is basically a different version of events that Bitorici is basically telling to Battler or presenting to Battler in a way to make him convinced that, look, I was actually here the whole time. Look, I've been behind the scenes. I'm you know, the witch behind the curtain. Wah ha ha. Because I feel like that's a really cool way of using, like, you know, her all-out attack that's in the episode description. But that's what my read on it is so far, and so far I've enjoyed the episode quite a lot with that interpretation. So I don't know if that's going to be what happens, but so far this story is very unpredictable to me. So I'm enjoying it quite a bit for that reason, actually. Anyway, is that enough speculating? Was that boring? We good? I'm looking at chat now. My eyes were closed before. Returning to old scenes shows how invested you are. It's a ton of fun to watch. Keep it up if you feel like it. Chapter selection after completing episodes is there for a reason. Yeah, but it's a game. It's cheating. It's cheating. It's cheating. It's cheating. Can we read the epitaph? Nope. Nope. Have you eaten today? The stream is late because I ate. Yeah. I had 2 protein bars and I made myself 2 burgers. It's a game. Speculation is gameplay, Chad. Wow. Okay, let me say some rapid fire thank yous and then we'll get into some serious reading. Do we want best girl on the screen? Oh, sorry. Best girl on the screen? Here we go. Burgers with what? Ketchup, mustard, and cheese. I want to say something right now that I really shouldn't. Thank you, Lemon Ryans, for the resub. Bitorici. Thank you, RC Lemon. What's with the lemon subs both in a row? Thank you, RC Lemon 4 for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Safrapo. Rapo for the resub. Joe's Retinas. Thank you, Retinas. Thank you, Retinas. Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Jill. I finished episode 2 this week. Please enjoy it. It's fucking peak. Really? The worst episode is peak. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Time Traveler 2009 for resubscribing. Hi, Joe. Can't think of anything crazy to say, so I will be nice and say this past month has been a blast. Hope you enjoy the rest of your year. Oh, thank you, Time Traveler. My life has rapidly changed in the past couple months to like I don't know, like depression, idle factorio, just staring at the screen, to like legitimately feeling like there aren't enough hours in a day, not even close. So, you know, it's a really good change. Maybe it shines through, I'm not sure. Thank you, Mulby Gulby, for the resub. Joe, sing us something that comes to your mind first. No, not... Joe does not sing. I don't sing. Thank you, Not Really Dom, for the resub. Lemonade Standing, more lemonade for the resub. Purple Truck Chan, Best Girl. Ooh. Thank you, 100 Magic Chickens, for resubscribing. Yeah, woo. Hi, Joe. I'm a huge Persona fan, and I can't wait to see you endure Persona 3 Reload episode, I guess. Oops. Oopsie. I am stupid. What? We are doing the answer. I have an answer, and it's the answer. We are doing the answer, so sorry. Thank you, Con5654, for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, Con. That's a lot of gift subs so far. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pincerata, for the 200 bits. Happy start of Umineko schedule. Oh yeah, we're doing Umineko again on Tuesday, so the next stream is also Umineko. Oops. I've unironically been so excited for Umineko streams that my body has naturally woken me up quite early to make sure I'm on time for stream, and I was late. I'm sorry, Pincerata. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gaia Had for the resub. 2 great scenes coming up. Call them Twin Peaks. Ooh, topical. Thank you, Takaka Agam. Is this an anagram for something? For continuing the sub. Thank you also to Dwellpoor, Dan E, Kiro94, Bitorici, I Sell Mangoes, all for the resubs. Hey Joe, I've been getting into the Amazing Devil since I heard you mention them in a VOD. What's your favorite song by them? My favorite song by Amazing Devil is my favorite song, period, and it is Love Run Not Yet Reprise. It's the last song on their first album. I am possibly the biggest Amazing Devil fan in the world. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like embarrassed that I found like my favorite band when I was like 37 or something, instead of it being something like, yeah, I love the Amazing Devil. I don't know how to describe them because I'm musically illiterate, but like, yeah, that is my favorite band, and I found them through the Witcher Netflix show because the guy who plays Dandelion is the lead singer in one of the lead singers in Amazing Devil. Yeah, so yeah, I love all 3 albums. They're making a new one, so I'm looking forward to that. Were you the one who made the Joms Discord invite? I mean, there is an interpretation in which that's true. What's their best song? I would say if you want to listen to Amazing Devil, listen to either That Unwanted Animal or New York Torch song. If you, one of those two, give them a chance. And if you don't like them after those 2 songs, okay, fine. You don't need to listen to Amazing Devil anymore. You can still give them a chance if you really want to, but those 2 songs are really, really good. And if you don't like them, then we can't be friends. Does it annoy you that the emblems in the background are never fully in the corner? Because it pisses me off 3 out of 10. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. This is a sizing issue, right? It's a sizing issue, yeah. Thank you, Basement Bats, for the resub. Psy Dude for the new sub. Welcome, Psy Dude. Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. What on earth could this mean? Mystery bits. Thank you, Synergize with Big Data. Ooh, for the new sub. Big Data is not real. He can't hurt you. Okay, so mods, I have like some essays in some of these bit messages and stuff. Are they all spoiler free before I read them? Just want to check before I get... Mic is clipping? How is the mic clipping? Really? Okay, I turned the gain down a little bit. Is that better? The mic should not be clipping. Am I breathing too loud? Yeah, see if you can still bump the on mic gain down and OBS gain up. I'm starting to sound like pirate software. 1 second. Let me turn it down. Okay, so now I have mic on OBS turned up to as high as it can go, and I turned my gain down to like 10 o'clock instead of at 12. Is that better or no? Joe, please, there's just one guy. The one guy was Balder, and I trust Balder's judgment when it comes to this shit, okay? Try 10:30. Do you... Okay. Is that better now? Are we good? Are we good? Worse now? My chatter. I turned it up. Do not see any spoilers in the messages. Kill me if I'm wrong. Okay. Balder doesn't have a plunger. Why are you taking his word? That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. Are we going to be reading anything today? Thank you, BPick3 for the bits. Hi Joe, hope you continue to enjoy your second stay in Rockinjima. Not going to be able to watch this stream live today, so I just wanted to drop a fun fact. The artist that did the character designs for the female cast plus Battler in the console ports is the same artist that did the portraits you see throughout the original game. He also did the box arts for the original release of episode 4 and 8. Anyway, hope you enjoy the rest of this episode. Really? Okay. Thank you, Malarius85 for the resub. Hi Joe, I would like to file a complaint against Man of Answers for still not having monetization enabled on his YouTube channel, thus depriving me of the opportunity to throw a super chat at this Life is Strange double exposure ultra abridged video yesterday. Okay, yeah, so I'll repeat this again. If you do any highlights or VOD re-uploads or anything like that, why am I being showed? This is like watching a car crash in slow motion. What's going on? Case said hold for some reason, and is Kay in charge? What's going on? Probably almost spoiled. We got the all clear. All right, I'm continuing. Okay, so if you make any like highlights or VOD uploads or anything like that, you can monetize it. You have my blessing. However, YouTube might not let you. Sometimes if you like appeal or whatever or change enough of it, usually it goes through. I know that Nadja has monetized the re-uploads, so you should be able to as well, Man of Answers. So like there must be a path there somewhere if you just want to keep pestering and carrying it up at YouTube support or whatever. Like, yeah, just go for it. Yep, I have no issue with you monetizing any of your uploads. I think every stream editor has been demonetized at some point. Does it come back afterwards or what? Wonder how they tell. Huh. Thank you, Ben Beats Game, for the resub. This is the most fun I've had watching your streams in ages. Please consider twice a week. Love you, Joe. Oh, the last Persona 3 stream? Yeah, it was pretty good when I was just talking to the TV. Yep. Thank you, Eric Zo25 for the resub. Ocelot shot first also. Thank you, Ship Adre for the new sub. Welcome. Ryan1016 and Alejandro Jodorowsky for the resubs. Thank you, Terraflop, for gifting out 5 subs. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Also, speaking of teraflops, thank you for some of the advice that I got in DMs and everything about getting a hard drive enclosure. I ordered that today, so hopefully it can get here and I'll be good. I also ordered some new workout pants because I need another pair of workout pants. Thank you, XYZ, for isn't that a cocktail, for the bits. Hey Joe, hope you're well. Just to clarify from the third stream, I didn't mean to replace the Umineko VN with the manga. I suggested checking the manga for key scenes, like the tea parties, after finishing a VN episode. The manga's art is stunning and uncensored, what do you mean uncensored? Offering an immersive experience. It's a great way to revisit important moments more concisely. If unsure, maybe glance at the tea party in episode 2 after completing it in the VN and see how it feels. You know what? I think what I will do instead is that if I really like this by the end, I will buy physical copies of the manga if they exist. That's what I'll do, and I'll put it right next to my Natsuno whatever the Fako statue of from 13 Sentinels. There we go. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. They cost like $500 a volume. Yeah, and? Yep. And? Did I stutter? For once I didn't. And? Thank you, Combustible Lemons, for the resub. 33 months. You've been resubscribed for 24 months for 33 months. I don't know what Twitch is doing. One more lemon sub for the pile. It's true. We have so many lemons. Let's make some lemonade. Thank you, Chaos Shield, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Dalmic, for the bits. Have a fun time. Thank you, Zorgrox, for the bits. Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Mouse. No, thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Uber Super Sloth, for the bits. In all seriousness, can we get Greg back? That was the creamiest stream. I think Greg coming back for if he would like to come back. I think I would love to have Greg back for like an Ace Attorney sort of thing. Yeah, I think we would do well with that. Yeah, for sure. That would be really fun. Thank you, Zygodactyl, for continuing the sub. Also, Lemon Dread. I had some lemon bread earlier. No, yesterday. Cake. Lemon loaf. Thank you, Lemon Dread. Welcome. Thank you, Jackie Ohio, for the resubscribing. Really enjoying these anime book streams. Joe, can you read My Little Sister Can't Possibly Have a Hemorrhoid? Thank you, Joe Deschmo, for the resub. Synergize with big data. What's with all the big data? Hi, Joe. Shout out to the 4 Titans and Jads, Reading Den, Umi Full Den, and Best Girl Den. And shout out to all the George supporters in Umi Full Den. One day we will rise. Okay. All right. And the last stretch on my list is 16th student for the resub. Kitler John for giving out 5 subs. Thank you very much. Lazy Potato for the new sub. Welcome. Zaz Says Stuff for the new sub as well. Umineko tourists are here. They've arrived. And they're subbing. Thank you very much to the two of you. Welcome, welcome. Clawfists. Thank you, Avarisi, for the bits. Some massive wall of text that looks like a spoiler. I'm not going to read that. Thank you. Ooh. Shit. I fucked it up. I'm sorry, Avarisi. I'm sorry. Zorox has used 100 bits to say... Some massive wall of text that looks like a spoiler. Okay, I'm not reading that, Zorgrox. Thank you for the bits though. Thank you, Furdo, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you very much. And also Truxton, another Umineko tourist. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Dalmic, for being my waifu. There's a line. Okay, are we reading? You married us, remember? Did I? I don't remember that. Whoa! Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How is the principal doing? How is the sound doing? Are we good? Are we bad? Do I need to turn it up to like 1130 on my gain, or are we good? I seem to like just be barely hitting red in OBS now, so is it better than it was before? After mic adjusting, there's background noise now. No, there's not. If anything, there would be less background noise after mic adjusting because I turned the gain down. I completely forgot that Umiden had a modified request. Can you please let Vitarachi and only Vitarachi's lines play out completely? You can read over them. They just want to hear her laugh. No. 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 Who's your champion now, Umiden? What are you gonna do? Mouse has asked. The streamer has said no. No, Lamayo. Now what? Yeah, of course I'll do that. Yeah. What else am I gonna do? Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How is the principal doing? She's back. He seemed to be in good health. That's right. Diet member Takamiya was also there. Okay. Who's like full sugar Takamiya? Like he said to give you his regards. Busy as usual. It appeared so. That person is also very energetic. Oh, and I believe President Imoto also made an appearance. Okay, I can see Jad's behind me and it's kind of distracting me. Hold on, let me go on Steam. There we go. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events. So now I know the Bitarachi is going to come back. Huh. Wow, spoilers. School events often become social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushiro Miya family who were celebrities around here. Natsui remembered the name of one VIP after another at that social gathering, telling Kraus the news about them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup with a spoon that she also used to dig out of a prison. Milady, perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsui. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? Well, it was okay. I was watching. You did an excellent job. Really? Huh? Well? Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsui would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch, since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushiromiya family, but it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear parents say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best. Jessica acted with both composure and dignity, fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh, yeah. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school student president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. So Natsui was praising her for the student council sponsor without a boyfriend council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushiromiya family. But you rushed a little while giving the greeting. You gotta pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact. Is this the first time we've ever seen Natsui interact with Jessica without Eva around needling? Man, the way that the Ushiromiya family here is on the island in their own fucking world with their own fucking rules, I'm guessing is supposed to be like a juxtaposition, or if we want to be really fancy, just a reflection of the rules about the witch and everything like that. It might help if you develop a oh yeah, they did interact with the charm. Yeah. It might help you develop a habit of pausing every once in a while. It might help if you develop the habit of pausing every once in a while. Yeah, me too. Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be, so perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. You do sound way lower than you did at the start of the stream. You could increase your mic volume a bit. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Is it good now or no? Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushiromiya family. So isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh. Milady, my lunch. Wah, Canon-kun, don't scare me like that, ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Just as she was about to force a laugh, Canon suddenly started talking to her, and she choked. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Canon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushiromiya family, as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. It exists. So he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh, about today's cultural festival. Well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there. That song. You were really good. Was she? What? Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly. Yeah, we know. I cannot sing. And I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. So I simply assumed you were the same, milady. At the time, Canon had... Isn't the recorder... you know what? I'm gonna have a music take. I'm saying it. I don't care. The recorder is just the worst instrument ever invented. Fuck the recorder. What, like, fucking, like, that's the like, oh, my kid wants to learn an instrument, let me just go get a $5 recorder, here you go, bullshit. Like, now shut the fuck up about wanting to learn a fucking instrument. You wanna know how I know that is? Because that's what happened to me, okay? Recorder is just, like, look, it's not fun, it's not interesting, it's fucking stupid. It's stupid. Hates the recorder. There are worse instruments, but are there? I think even the triangle is better, because you can't fuck it up. You just stand there and hit your fucking triangle when you want to, and at least you're a part of it. The recorder is just like the perfect marriage of, like, not enough going on, but also just enough going on that you can't just stumble your way through it. Fuck the fucking recorder. Kazoo? The kazoo sounds awesome. It's a really good sound. Did you try harmonica and traumatize your entire neighborhood? I did try harmonica at some point. How do you clean them? Just wash it? Can you just run some, like, soap and water through it and it's fine, it won't break? Joe, did you know that each episode has 140k plus words and they were still releasing 2 episodes per year? I've been told, yes, yeah, I've been told the amount of words that are in some of the episodes, yes. What's a recorder? Never heard about it as an instrument. Just Google it real quick and you'll find it. Bullshit instrument. At the time, Canon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way, mostly because she was taller than him, but all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the brawn tubes in the TV. Brawn tubes. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica. I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments, but I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Canon-kun, enough with that I am furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right? Servants are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji-san says it a lot. It isn't just a proper attitude, because we really are furniture. I know the kids from the Fukuin house receive assistance from grandfather in various ways, and I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourself furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we? What is this furniture thing? Canon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think? I don't think I'm furniture. It looked like you were having a lot of fun. I don't think that's true. Huh? You didn't just think it looked fun. You were envious, weren't you? That's not... Canon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Canon saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he'd called himself furniture over and over. I know, I'm a successor to the Ushiromiya family or whatever. And, well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on. As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up since I was born under an unlucky star. Probably, just like you had to live at the Fukuin house, I don't have a choice either. You been talking to George? I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born. That may be true. But there's one place where you and I are completely different. Know what that is? I am furniture, and Milady is not. He was about to say that, but stopped. I do not know. Canon-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you and gave up, but I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can. So while there's still oh, my headset is really bothering me today. What the hell? Ow. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Oh, okay, I hurt my left ear. How did I hurt my left ear? Oh no. How? Oh, okay, I can't wear this. Oh shit. Okay, I don't have music for this stream, sorry. Oh, ow. Oh shit. So while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's gotta stay as the daughter of the Ushirimiya family, I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest. I don't know what I did. Just like, wow, it really hurts. Another you. Maybe I slept on it funny? Hold on. My right ear's okay. You know what? We're switching ears. Headset on the right ear instead of the left ear. Here we go. Oh, I'm all out of sorts now. I'm not used to this. Oh, I'm in a different world. Holy shit. Yeah, Canon-kun. What are we doing? You've been instructed to say, because I am furniture. I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that. I think that's really unfortunate. But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems sad to me. You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them, a self that they can truly grow to like. I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating. Spin the headset around. To make another self inside yourself that you can truly grow to like. To make another me, one that isn't furniture. Oh, so we're with Canon now instead of Jessica. Okay. Through her relationship with George-sama, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? I am thou, thou art I. And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? Why do people call it recorder? I thought it was just a flute. Isn't the flute, you hold it sideways? Right? Flute is sideways, right? Recorder is like a hot dog. Going like down away from you, right? They're completely different things, right? Gotta be. That's right. That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Canon-kun, but I can sort of guess. Your private life probably doesn't exist at all. Am I right? Canon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of her private life, so Canon would always be Canon. So furniture would always be furniture. And Joe would always be Joe. Canon-kun. Canon isn't your real name, right? Joe's not my real name either. In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Canon. This sounds like a fucked up orphanage. Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Before he had thought of himself as Canon and no one else. But he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't Canon. But that was far, far away, beyond the distant fog of oblivion. So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Canon-kun and times when you aren't. Maybe when you act as a servant, that Canon-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own. When Canon... When was Canon in... When Battler was in the kitchen with Maria and they were all looking at someone standing behind him that he couldn't see, was Canon one of the people that was going along with it, or was it just Genji and Kumasawa? Was Canon there? And was Canon also looking? Because the way that Canon doesn't like Bitterichi is kind of weird that he would go along with that. I wonder if Kinzo has just ordered them to do that. That's odd. Huh. But when you aren't Canon-kun, I think it's okay to live much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all her friends in school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things, and she had even been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Usher. You know what? I gotta say, it must be, despite the life of luxury that you have, and you never have to worry about like food and clothes and shelter and all that. That must suck. Like, everything's relative. I hate to hate on rich people just because they're rich for that reason. There must be some struggles about it, but god damn it, it is really hard to empathize with people like this. You know what I mean? But it must be hard, especially when you're a kid. When you're older, you have a lot of choices. You can decide how you want to view the world and what you want to do with like the money and the resources that you've got and everything like that. But when you're a kid, it must still be pretty tough, actually. It really isn't hard to empathize. I don't know, like, If you have ever been in a position where you have seriously had to like scrounge and make some really, really tough decisions and skip meals in order to make ends meet, I feel like it can be pretty hard to empathize with someone who's ever complaining about you know, like never having to worry about that because their life is hard in other ways. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. But I'm trying. I don't think it's right of me to have that perspective, but I'm trying to, you know, empathize with someone who still has quite a lot of privilege and everything like that. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. Stuff like Ushiromiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, one who could do what she really wanted to do. You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school. When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Would it really be so bad if you could also have times when you're canon and times when you're your real name? When you aren't canon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like? A time when I am not canon. He once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he thought that canon summed up everything about him. Well, that's how I am with Joe. And now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't canon. Canon-kun, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for some time. It's like Kaio or something, isn't it? Maybe Canon's real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down. Ooh. I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words contained a faint rejection. No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that here I am canon. The past has nothing to do with anything. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. I told you to stop that. You aren't furniture, you're human, right? I am not human! I am not Big Chungus. The canon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent. You are human, milady, so you are free to live any way you please. And any kind of furniture is possible for you. Sorry, fuck, oh my god. Any kind of future is possible for you. It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. But I am not like that. Even if I look like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck. Even though they have wings, they cannot fly. To speak to me of that dream in the sky, despite that, it's just too cruel. Furniture and ducks? What the hell is all this? No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Canon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this: you aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. And when I'm the head of the Ushiromiya family and I inherit all this, I'm gonna make sure that you're treated better, right? Let's go. No. If you want to say Canon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case, don't you think you can create a self for when you aren't furniture, for when you're human? Only a human like Milady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see. So, Milady, please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why do you say stuff like that? Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady. We are different sorts of beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon. Something about milady liking me. Huh, what? No, you're gross. I look almost identical to a human. So, like Shannon, I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm a human and pretend to love for a time. But then, I would surely be fooling myself. No, I would be fooling you too, milady. Shannon and George-sama will definitely fall apart. Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that they will come, she's taking part in such a stupid... There's nothing stupid about it! Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person. And he's gotta match up to his parents' expectations. Can't believe he's still single, by the way. I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Auntie will interfere in various ways, and I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble, okay? But you know what? George Nissan isn't the kind of guy who will surrender to that shit. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What year is it? 1980. Yeah, you don't know about the internet yet. Okay, all right, it tracks. Yep. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Eh. Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd been refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart, and before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me. No. Well, I won't deny that. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much. Huh? For thinking of me as a human. Aw, those feelings alone really do make me happy. Anything more would be too cruel for me, so... No, I've said enough. Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright. I just kinda... ran on ahead by myself. And was a burden on you. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off. No, I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Why does furniture get days off? Why does furniture get paid? I'm seeing some gaps in the logic here. So it's not like a job thing. It's like an indoctrination thing. What the fuck happened? Then let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again. Ha 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 ha. That's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah, good night. Furniture union? Cannon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then, she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back, for just an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feeling that he'd just make a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest. Nice going, making a woman cry like that. She's back! Didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic. How long have you been there? What a horrible person. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time. Watching the two of them through as though enjoying a play. I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show. Okay, it's not the first time. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between boys and girls. So true. To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. Cannon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic that the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Cannon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it. Ho? What is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me. Just now, I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them. Yes, and? Humph. You are free to think that. Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing. Don't play dumb. You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you. What's more, you guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her. Am I wrong? Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence. So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love? Good, good. There is nothing better than knowing your place. No maidens? Cackle, cackle. As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart. You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud. But did you know? Its trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them. A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing, how truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. Oh, wait, is the witch bad? However, regretfully, it seems to be going smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore. But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end. Cackle, cackle. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had lent magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Cannon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Just look at Kinzo. See how he ended up, an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise. I want to say something inappropriate, but I won't. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. Cackle, cackle. You truly are a witch. Disappear, get out of my sight, demon. Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting. My power still hasn't returned. It is still tiring to continue showing myself, but I still did, just to own you. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Oh, interesting. So it wasn't just about the mirror. Maybe the mirror wasn't even important. Maybe it was the two of them, like the two pairs the whole time. Cannon ground his foot even more into the stomp brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it evaporated like water and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttered out from beneath Cannon's foot, and became another brooch right on him. Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well. What's the true form? I will hide myself for a time, just as you desire. My magical power will rise as surely as the moon and the tides, and eventually a fitting time will come for my revival. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future. Really? Huh. Lying? But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I feel like maybe this is important. I will disappear for a short while until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone. So if you wish, tomorrow morning I can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream. After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten. However, I will surely be revived. Be on your guard so that you will not regret that day's coming when it arrives. I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master. That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The greedy dead will surely wake me. Seems like a lot of work just to rule over a remote island in the middle of nowhere, huh? Huh. You talk too much. Disappear now, Golden Witch. I don't want the world, but I'll take this city. The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. All right, so I let Beaterichi's lines go. Do we want that to continue? Is that what the Umi Chads wanted or no? Yeah, we like it. We like hearing her. You don't got to do that. I actually do. Just for the laughs. Do 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 do. Anyway, the whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. Just for the laughs is fine. What if chat stops laughing? Okay, I don't like that the headset is on the other ear. I'm uncomfortable. I don't like this. I don't like this. Who did I say thank you to? Was it Furudo? I think it was. And Trexton? I said thank you to Trexton, didn't I? Thank you, Trexton. Welcome, just in case I didn't. Thank you, Lord Obi, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Night Puppy, for the resub as well. Came for the Weeb Man, stayed for the Joms. Thank you, Groose Egg. Mediocrities 86. Massive spoilers. The streams will be great. Wow. Spoilers and subs and bits. Wow. Thank you, Filthy Casual, for the new sub. Welcome. Punished Baldus for continuing their sub, aka a resub. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the bits. I hate how fiddle can make me sad so easily. I don't recognize instruments that well. I think maybe I recognize the cello more than anything else. Yeah. I'm so musically inept. God damn it. I still really want to learn an instrument. It's either piano or guitar for me. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go for. Or keyboard. I practiced a little bit on keyboard last year. Thank you, No Kick. Or Naki C. One of those for new sub. Welcome. And we have some giant emotes. Naji used some bits to say, what do you call a witch that likes the beach? A sandwich. Nice. 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 Thank you, Milka057 for the resub also, with a live chandelier reaction, and Megpoid Nebri also for the resub. Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Thank you very much. Alright, let's continue. The witch can no longer be seen. Love is gone. However, Canon felt like he could still hear that Huh. Hold on. Did he just have like a moment of love with Jessica, and then he could see the witch? Shannon is loving George. When else has she showed up? Huh. No, I don't think that would. Maybe in Somerset, I don't think that's the only thing. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill and pleasant laugh. Oh shit! She's back! Ah, how amusing, how truly amusing. Why is the human world still so amusing after all the years I've been away? Go mad with love. Dancing mad with this music going on, holy shit! Ba, 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 ba. Go mad with gold. Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human. You know, she's spitting. She's not wrong. I see, so that's why the word furniture is so fitting. Cackle, cackle. Furniture is created to serve humans. And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to sate my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture. Kinzo, you fool! What a truly entertaining scheme you've worked out. Kinzo, via an orphanage, has fucking raised a whole fleet of fucking Liam Neesons with a certain set of skills and an attitude in order so they're immune to the witch. What the fuck are you talking about, fucking Pito? What? Furniture, you fools! Just try and see if you can fell me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown, including the one already sown. That makes 3. Oh, what's the first one? Why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer despite being yearned for so. Master, drinking any more will be damaging to your health. Dr. Nanjo warned you as well, did he not? Fuck Nanjo! Be silent, Genji! You do not understand. You do not understand my grief and sadness. And I believed you, at least my oldest friend, would understand my pain. Why can you not understand? Oh. Why did you leave me all alone? Hick. What the hell do you mean, furniture? I don't get it. Oh, poor Jessica-sama. Even though the cries I hear coming from your room tell me of the situation, there's nothing I can do. This is all a tragedy due to a pair who are too young getting too close when the positions of their birth are too distant. What a fucking terrible fucking paragraph. Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright, this is getting cut for sure. I can do nothing but understand Milady's feelings, hide my footsteps, and quietly walk away. Who are you talking to, bud? Oh, we're back on the trip. Alright. Thank you, Tomokomat, for 1,000 bits. More bits from Tomokomat. Thank you very much. With the jumping up and down Igus gasp. Very well beloved emo. Was Kumasawa just fulfilling the part of a Greek choir? I wanted to say that, but I forgot the term. Yeah, it seems like that, right? Like, now hold on, let's have a character come out at the end of the scene and explain it to everyone in the audience that's stupid. Here we go. Alright, let me just reply it, man. Where was that character in Silent Hill 2? Come on. I could have used that. What do you mean by that? George-san? I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. At the beach? Oh, this is a new background, isn't it? Once I manage to do that, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult. When that happens, I want to marry you. That's, But my heart won't let me do that anymore. So I want to give you an engagement ring. Wait, what? My heart won't let me do that anymore? So I want to give you an engagement ring? Oh, he's saying that he can't wait to marry her, so he wants to propose now, right? That's what he's saying, right? Engagement, you say, but, I am furniture. Oh, right, that. Well then, furniture has to listen to what people say, right? Right now, I'm having a ring made that'll be fitting for you. I think it'll be ready in time for me to bring it to the upcoming family conference. I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer. If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there, in front of all the relatives, including grandfather. George-san. Oh my god. I'm sure some people won't approve of our relationship. But fuck up, but there's no need to look at their faces, because you only have to fill your eyes with me. I will definitely bring you happiness. That's the one thing I can promise you with certainty. Uh-oh. I just can't wait to see how it will ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripened rotting fruit. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Cackle, cackle. Enjoy, chat. I was about to say glass break. Yep. Man, I can't wait to hear Bito's like reasoning for all this that are going to make perfect sense. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Is this the day of the airport? They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. Oh no, for quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. Are we gonna see the airport scene again, and this time we're actually gonna see, what's-her-face, like, get the receipt? Because I don't remember seeing Eva get the receipt that she used for the door. Not even sure if that's a real thing she did even. Thank you, Pizzer out for the bits. In episode 1, there were a lot of over-explaining paragraphs, and you were so invested that you fully ignored them. Glad to see you come back down to earth and see that the silly lines still exist. They do exist. They do exist. I believe they do, and therefore they do. And my belief is what makes them silly. You know, I could just read over them, right? The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying "trick or treat" were nowhere in sight. Ooh, I want a Halloween festival. I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look like a witch. You already wearing a costume. Family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nice. In a crown, just like he likes for some reason. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all of the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. It's really frustrating and scary when you can't get through to your kid anymore. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. Like I said, my kids are fantastic. It's happened so rarely, and I feel so blessed for that, because it is so scary. When you just cannot get through your kid anymore. Before, Rosa used to, or like, it's not scary in the sense that everything feels like out of control, like you don't know what to do. Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this, but that had probably been a mistake. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Yep. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. Halloween, Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't have any sweets to give you. We just ate breakfast. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. I'll pretend to be a witch when we're at the island. I'll do it. Look, I'll do it. Give me sweets, though I don't have any. Okay, well, I'm going to pretend to be a witch the whole entire trip. There you go. That's all I'm doing. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Ooh. A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. No, don't do that. Ooh, I got a sweet. Look, Mama. Happy Halloween. Hey, Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, right? Give it back. Oh, don't worry about it. Ho, 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 ho. She's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Maria, haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers? Ooh, ooh. She gave it to me. Ooh, ooh. No, it's mine. Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine. Ooh. Don't I always tell you not to say ooh, ooh? Ooh. Here we go again. Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back toward the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please, do not just give sweets to my daughter. I'm so sorry. This expression, holy shit. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child. Ya think? And she accepted the candy back, apologizing. After that, Rosa took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up. She was crying and shouting with her nose dripping. After Finn was born, we took him to the doctor, and I was standing holding him by myself, like outside of the waiting room, because wanted to be careful about exposing the baby to possibly like a bunch of sick people in the waiting room. I think this is like maybe overprotective, but I think it's like it's smart, right? So we stayed in the hallway outside of the waiting room while it was our turn. So I'm holding Finn in my arms, you know, like I've been a dad for like I don't know, like 5 days, okay? And this old lady comes out of the waiting room and sees the baby in my hands, comes over, looks at me and says, "Oh, baby," and just immediately shoves both of her fingers right towards his face. And I, with instincts that have still surprised me to this day, like immediately like move my arms away from her and then turned and just looked at her and said, "No, don't touch the baby." And she looked at me, rolled her eyes, and went and just like stomped off. And I have been angry at this stranger for the rest of my life since. People like. Most people are fine with like not interacting with your kids, but other people are like have no filter, no boundaries, don't give a shit, and they will make you feel like shitty when it comes to this. Moncton moment? No, this was Toronto, bro. This was Toronto. Yeah, some people just do not give a shit, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. Wow. Okay, so what happens in private then? Holy shit, Rosa! When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. Ooh, 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 ooh. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Ooh. Didn't I tell you to shut up? That ooh of yours. I told you to stop. That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself. Why are you still a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. The more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Okay, alright. So, Mama, it hurts. Oh, man. Do I want to talk about this? Maybe some people are going to hate me for what I'm about to say. I feel like this is a really great example of why, like, society needs to have a lot more social programs and a lot more open about discussing problems with families and all this other shit. Like obviously Rosa should not be raising this child. Like, absolutely not. Like, definitely. But at the same time, like, does she have literally any other option in the society that she's in? Like, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know the rest of the situation. Like, don't get me wrong, this is completely unacceptable, but, like, Maria does seem to be, like, quite a problem child and have a lot of issues, and, like, Rosa, she just said she read the book, she's trying, she's just clearly just at her wit's end, and has possibly been at her wit's end for, like, I don't know, maybe years, so it's, like, holy shit, like, you, I don't know, I don't know the rest of the details, but yeah, it's, like, really heartbreaking. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Let's move on. Mama, it hurts. It hurts. This is uncomfortable. Mama, save me. Mama, save me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Why can't you stop saying ooh, ooh? This is exactly why you can't make friends. This is why Papa's business trip never ends. Bars? This is why I... excuse me, ma'am. Is everything alright? Do you want something? The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of a mother or child stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led to the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it. Again. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Mama, 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 come back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mama, mama. Welcome back, welcome back. Oh, man. Oh, fucking hell. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mama. Ooh, I'm just fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch again. But you came back, so I'm just fine. Yeah, that's right. Mom was just being possessed by the evil witch again. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah, I wanted to show those pumpkin marshmallows to George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. It was a candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. Okay, why does this get art? Kind of matches her crown a little bit. Huh. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of a stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. Sweets are sticky, and that you could stick maybe a letter on the roof of Kinzo's study, and then it just fell at the exact same time, but it still kept stuck at the ceiling, and Kinzo's gonna eat it later as a snack after his Domino's. Then Maria, I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah. I love you, Mama. Love you so much. Thank you. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately, but her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa, as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Also another new background. Okay, there's a lot more art backgrounds in this than I expected there to be. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. I'm guessing maybe every episode adds like a new suite of backgrounds and art. They might not be able to find exactly the same suite, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find a marshmallow exactly like that one, but hopefully we can find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. Yeah. As long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. Maria hasn't done the ooze for a while, huh? They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint. That was a very strong scene. Dear, what are you doing in a place like this? Oh, it's you. It's nothing. I just find this a pleasant place to think. All of our preparations for today have been completed. Why don't we have some tea and relax while we wait? And in the background, Beatrice is like bum 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 on her head. Forgive me, I'm always making you handle such troublesome matters. Please, rely on me even more. I am your wife. Naturally, I'm grateful to have you always come to my aid. That's precisely why I am able to devote myself to my work. I understand. I understand about your work. See, the reason why I suspect Kraus as perhaps being behind it is again because of that sticking point I have with the corpses, that his wasn't mangled. But also because he found the gold bar and he's in really dire straits, maybe he's like bought in. He's also like potentially been the one that has been exposed to most of the servants going along with this shit too. Like maybe he's even seen the witch, or he thinks he's seen the witch. Like, I understand about your work. And the topic of father's inheritance, right? That has nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than fishing for rotten meat amongst greedy siblings. It's okay, dear. Everything will go well. Your businesses have never failed to work themselves out. Natsui softly cuddled close to Kraus's shoulder. Actually, would she, if he came out at the end and was like, yo, it was me, Barry, would she kill herself? Did she even kill herself? Is the read on that she shot but instead like the bullet was just deflected back at her, or is she like so horrified by what she's seen that she's like, all right, I'm checking out? Like what is that? Is there anything she could possibly see that would make her be like, you know what, I'm leaving Jessica? I mean, okay, so some of the decisions that the characters were making at the end of the night were not exactly, you know, like that scene in Community when they're going to stand in the middle of the cabin backs to each other with their knives out. They weren't exactly making the best rational decisions, but off of the context of it being like, I don't know, so many people have died, so much suspicion, so much shit and blood and death, and they just like sent the child out of the room and everything. Like, I feel like they have some leeway for making some emotional panic decisions at the same time, just like, oh my god, I cannot believe what has happened. It was a very extremely stressful like 2 days. So I wonder if there is something that she could have seen that was like, okay, fuck this, I'm done. Like, maybe? But leaving your daughter like that? I don't know. Natsui softly cuddled close to Kraus's shoulder. She complimented Kraus on his hard work, but Natsui knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Kraus's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster toward the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Kraus chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. First Bitcoin, then Dogecoin, then Bitcoin again. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park, okay? Alright, and now we're going to put a shot put ball on it and show you a trick. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it. So you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Actually, it's one of the least popular in my experience. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Kraus noticed something. The weather's getting worse, so nobody's coming outside to play. But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place because of the worsening weather, it would certainly be snatched away. And once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Kraus's project and his current situation. Alright, thank you for the explain like I'm 5. If only I'd been if I had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I would never have failed and been alone on the seesaw. I'm your wife, I'll get on the seesaw with you. Shut up, Natsui. Yeah, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You are the only one who inherited father's resourcefulness. You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did, and also 6 toes. But I could never believe in it. I always shut my own projects down like a coward. Why can't I believe in myself? Who would believe in a man who can't believe in himself? Nobody believes! Belief. I'm always sitting on the seat where the losers must sit. And my father, my mother, my siblings all sneer at me. How long is it going to take for me to be set free of this emotional complex? Just how long will it take? Natsui was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Krause's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushirimiya family, he would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility. He couldn't open his pained heart to anyone, and was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises. I've made preparations concerning all other matters, so that you'll be able to devote your attention entirely to the family conference. Yes, everything else has been seen to. But then, the soup! Thank you. Will there be any problems dealing with father? No. Genji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. Are they? I'll never allow those greedy siblings to make contact with father. Oh! Oh! That's a fucking reveal. Oh! Okay. Made my dog howl. That's my best husky. I'm just making noises at this point. Hello, Goda here. Yes, please, leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally, he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Yes, dinner will be calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already anxiously waiting for tonight in the refrigerator. Please be sure to look forward to dinner. It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. No one is enjoying my calf steak! Goda bragged about being the Ushirimiya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor. Understood. I will leave everything to you. Also, is Kumasawa there? Kumasawa-san? Are we on the phone? I happened to see her earlier, but she is not here. Perhaps she went to get things ready in the guest house. Do I have to explain that to most of chat? Okay, chat, your cell phone isn't just used for going on the internet and sending text messages to people and using apps. You can actually use it to contact other people on their phones with your voice. If you put their number in and you hit the number, you can actually like directly one-on-one talk to them, and you can have a conversation. You don't have to go on like Discord voice call or anything like that. You could do that. So is she loafing around again? No, it's fine. Please continue with your work. I'm sorry. Yes, leave everything to me, Goda. Merrick thinks this is a boomer joke. It is very much a boomer joke. Genji placed... it was! Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again, even though things were this busy. She's probably off in a room somewhere, narrating the story to herself, doing endless, like, long, laborious fucking recaps of everything that happened today. Yes, it was true that Genji was looking for me. Yes, it was true that I had breakfast this morning because I was hungry and food sustains me. In fact, if I didn't eat any food, I may die. I may have to drink some water later too. And the ostentatious good word Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Excuse me. The preparations for all the rooms in the guest house are complete. We received instructions from a lady to prepare a room for 4 people so that the children could spend the night together. So what shall we do? I hear Battler-sama will be coming for the first time in 6 years. Presumably, Milady wants to stay up late into the night with her 3 cousins. Make the preparations. You do not need to tell Madam. Ooh. You know what? Even though it's a high likelihood that Genji is the killer or involved in the killer, Genji seems pretty based to me, don't you think? Pretty based. I don't know. I like Genji. I see. Certainly. So tonight we'll have the late shift, followed immediately by the morning shift. It looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Speaking of which, the weather forecast is saying a typhoon will strike in this area. Will everything be alright? Assuming the typhoon doesn't stray too far from its course, it may affect the boat ride back for the family members. The family conference is scheduled and might be extended until Monday or Tuesday. Our task may be a long and tiring one, but I earnestly ask that you take care not to make any blunders. Shannon, remain calm and do not panic. Cannon, be sure to greet our guests in a sociable manner. Definitely do not accept any proposals from them, Shannon, and definitely do not fuck up carrying some bags of fertilizer and or sand in your fucking wheelbarrow, Cannon. That would be just disastrous. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. I will be careful too. Today we must conduct ourselves in a manner suitable for a very important guest. See to it that you make no blunders. We understand. All guests who visit here are important. Canon, in the truest sense, we will be receiving a very important guest today. Battler, make sure you are prepared. Yes, sir. Shannon, is something the matter? You seem to be uneasy. Do you have some prior engagement at this time? No, the engagement's happening today. Huh? No, it's nothing. My apologies. Nissan, important guests will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. I don't know what you mean by private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Njima? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race, but Cannon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her. Alright, does Genji think he's furniture too? I think he does, doesn't he? Who thinks they're furniture? Genji, Cannon, Shannon. Does Kumasawa-san think she's... Why did I say san? Why do I add san? Does Kumasawa think that she's furniture? I can't remember. Gouda definitely does not. We're in the bathroom. We're in the bathroom. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting us up to I truly don't care about Umineko. How dareth you? Thank you, Uber Super Sloth, for the bits. So, what would you do in Rose's situation? Maria isn't listening. This is gonna sound unbelievably cringe and arrogant of me. I wouldn't be in Rose's situation because I wouldn't have let it get that bad. I have many flaws as a person. I'm a pretty good parent, chat. I wouldn't be in Rose's situation. If I ever somehow, like, if I was, like, somehow in Rose's body right now and I'm like, okay, I have to deal with this situation, I don't really know what I would do, but I'm not as emotionally invested as Rosa, so I could probably keep my cool and be able to, like, navigate a better answer there, maybe. But, you know, like, if we're talking, like, if the question is boiled down to how do you get through to Maria in that situation, the answer is probably that you can't. And the best thing that Rosa could probably do right now is just turn the whole trip around and just take her home and just be like, Maria, if you're gonna act like this out in public, you don't get to go out, you know, like, this is the end. However, Rosa can't do that because she has to go to the island, she has to go to the family gathering, you know what I mean? So yeah. Mike, what do you mean? What do you mean? The mic is not, it's not dead. Huh? Refresh chat. Thank you, Shipadre, for the bits. The writer for this game worked in the public sector for many years. He saw child abuse firsthand, and so it is present in Umineko. Oh, I think I was told that about the social worker part. Yeah, it was very well written, that scene, I think. Yeah. Apart from the whatchamacallit, the murder and the mystery scenes, that was probably the best written scene so far that we've had. Yeah, I think. Thank you, Hanva, for the bits. Hi, Joe. I figured out how to buy bits. Today is my wife's birthday on this Umineko Saturday, and just like the Golden Witch Bitarechi, almost nobody in Jads believes she exists. And, and even after she showed herself, some people still doubt her existence. Everyone say, happy birthday, Rin, to avoid her wrath. Happy birthday, Rin. I wish you a very happy birthday. I'm very fond of Hanva, and I'm glad that you make Hanva so happy, Rin. So Hanva can continue to selfishly on my part, make wonderful art for the community. Happy birthday, Ren. Hope you have a great day. I believe you exist. Thank you, 3 a.m. Soda, for the resub. You gotta stop doing that. Your teeth are gonna get ruined. Thank you very much. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. Kraus dumped all of his inheritance into FTX. Thank you, Dawn to the Dawns for the bits. Now back to the good part. Yeah. Thank you, Dawn to the Dawns. Thank you, None to Spare for the bits as well. Beatrici has stood basically unchallenged as best girl for almost a week, so it must be true. I just can't believe that you would betray Phyto for best girl. You know what? Are you really that surprised? Audio is glitched? What do you mean? Why is the music tweaking? I think it's on possibly Twitch's end. If you refresh, maybe it's better. Do you want to take an early break and see if it comes back or what? Am I still fine? Rodney says it's you. Okay, but Rodney's off the clock and he loves to troll the streamer. True, I know. Joe, you are the most popular Umineko streamer right now. Perhaps ever? Maybe me streaming Umineko will make someone with a slightly bigger audience stream Umineko, and then they'll make someone else with a slightly bigger audience stream Umineko, until finally, at the very end of the chain, XQC will stream Umineko. And won't that just be fucking glorious? Shannon, please don't say a word to accept this. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. That's not it. Shannon likes men who are more assertive. Does she? I've got to pump it up with more horsepower. Shannon, put this on your finger. On your ring finger. That's an order, okay? If I don't say it properly, that it's on the left hand. Maybe she'll put it on her right hand. No, Shannon isn't that ignorant. But unless there's some room for her to express her free will, that'd be a little, I mean, ooh, no, moo. As he crossed his arms, muttering, someone knocked on the door. You okay in there? Are you fighting a battle? George was snapped back to reality. Hey, George-kun, you okay? Got a stomachache or something? Hey, Uncle Rudolph. It's okay, I'm fine. No need to worry. Wow. Really? That's good then. I kind of like Rudolph, but you know, you're straining way too much. Your ass will burst. Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved. No, he was giving you subtext advice, dumbass. George! Kyrie, isn't Rosa here yet? Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule had gone on normally, she would have missed the plane. What'd she plan on doing then? Living? Rosa-san is very much an adult now. She'll manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Of course, Dad's always a kid no matter how old he gets. What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that'd make you a baby. Come on, Battler-chan, up you go. Stop it, that tickles. Wahaha, stop! You look more like two bratty friends than a father and son. Look, she's here. Oh, if it isn't Rosa-san. Maria-chan, long time no see. Long time no see. Ew. Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Greet Hideyoshi-san properly. Ooh, it's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Alright, okay. Alright, well done. I bow. Well done. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Fuck you. I'm mad. Oh, god damn it. Oh, oh man. Oh, oh, where'd I put Rosa-san? It's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. Kirie-san, Hideyoshi-san, it's been too long. Oh, and oh my, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten. Come on, haha, it's embarrassing to hear that from everyone I meet. Hey Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had trouble making our train connection. So, are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? You sure have gotten big. She's at that growing age. You haven't seen her for 6 years, right? Of course she's changed. Women are creatures who can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart. Ooh, Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rose's back and glared at Battler. Come on, Battler, say hi. Last time you met her, she was just 3 years old, so you're practically meeting for the first time. Yeah, of course she wouldn't remember something that happened when she was 3. Hey Maria, long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Battler, Oni-chan. Rudolph Nissan's son. Understand? Battler? The brother's son is the brother is the son. And the bones are their money. Ooh, she was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her. I see, it's October, so that must be for Halloween. Okay, I don't remember this happening. Was this not included last time, or is this different? Ehehe, if you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank, right? Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child would result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Battler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Halloween! Halloween! See, Mama, Battler also knows about Halloween. See? Hey, call him Battler Oni-chan. Sorry, Battler-kun. No, don't sweat it. Please, call me Battler, because I'll be calling you Maria. Look, Maria, it's Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Yeah, giggle. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet. Yeah, this is definitely didn't happen before. So again, the question is, did this not happen, or... And did this not happen and it's happening this time, or did we just not see it last time? This seems new to me. This seems like, I feel like this is a different version of the same kind of interaction they had when they first bonded. So, unless I'm misremembering, I'm trying not to reach out right now. Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. When Battler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival, so Battler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery, as though they'd been friends for decades. That's right. Halloween's a pretty minor event in Japan. You always see people marching in costume parades on the news from overseas, but I've never seen it here. Okay, this line seems familiar to me though. But maybe from a different game even? I wanted to wear a costume too. Wanted to say trick or treat with all the cousins wearing costumes. I see. Next time, let's do it together. What would you like to dress up as? A witch! Bitarichi! Yeah, I don't remember her saying Bitarichi at the airport. Definitely different. Good break spot. I was thinking the same thing. Because we have 8 minutes to break, or 7 minutes to break. Okay. Before I go, thank you to Snipe Hunter 007. Kraus is probably like that guy who used Bitcoin to buy a pizza back in the day. Oh. Thank you, Almond Street, for the new sub. Welcome, Almond Street. Clawfist. Thank you, Naya Voras, or just Naya, for the bits. Everyone say thank you, Mouse, again. And thank you, Golden Bitch, for the new sub as well. Welcome. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 minutes with some gluten-free biscuits, maybe. Oh, and thank you, Yankosek, for the bits. Hey, Joe. Persona 3 streams got so bad I switched to VODs, is what I was gonna say as a troll, but Umineko trolled me instead. No, thank you, Mouse. Do you like it when I say that? Thank you, the Jellyfish, for the new sub also. Welcome, the Jellyfish. Another jelly. Anyway, be right back. Sorry, nice little callback there to Starfield for some of you. How's it going, chat? I was just eating some biscuits. Squeak. Enjoy your break. I did 3 rounds of rock, paper, scissors. I got a kiss each from Kate and Amila. Also got a hug. Yeah, so pretty good break. Did you win? I won one round and I threw the other round. Let me tell you a little secret, chat. I don't know why it is. Kids always throw down scissors first. So, don't know why. Every single time. First round, after that it's unpredictable. But kids always go scissors first. So if you want to win against the kid, you want to do something, you go rock. Have you decided where you'll buy your One Piece mangas from once you finish Umineko? To beat the first throw paper, that is supposed to beat the first throw rock. Well, if the kids are on to me, yeah. And then we're back into the world of random, right? Thank you, Peppy or Pepi91 for the resub. Professor Asker here with 5 gift subs. Thank you, Professor Asker. Thank you, OG Rancho, also for the resub. Snipe Hunter 007 again. Joe, you've radicalized evil wizard lizard because you didn't tell them to brush their teeth, so I won't chiaki pout. Oh no! So you have to be careful with these things. I have to remind everyone to brush their teeth, otherwise some people might not. Oh no. Hi Joe, speaking of VNs, I started playing original 999 VN on Nintendo DS and oh my god, chatters didn't lie when they said it was better. They actually don't repeat everything twice to you. I repeat, they do not repeat everything twice there. Nice. 999 isn't a VN. It has gameplay segments. It's not. Thank you, Ironwrath, for the 10 gift subs, Ironwrath. I didn't know you were such a big Umineko fan, by the way. Thank you very much, Ironwrath. Umineko and Deadly Premonition. Is there anyone with better taste than Ironwrath? Thank you, Viking Death 1 for the resub. Oh my god, I almost forgot it was Umineko Fridays on Saturdays. Very true, very true, very true. Hope you are enjoying it. Thank you, No Tail 3 for the resub. Love you, Joe. Not Persona 3 though. And thank you, Black Coffee Night, for the new sub as well. Welcome, Ken. Thank you very much. Anyway, shall we continue? Shall we continue? Half the games you've played since 2018 have been VNs. How can it be half the games when VNs aren't games? What are you talking about? Today we actually passed Steins Gate. Did we really? Wow. Way to go, us. Way to go. Wait till you get to the shooter section of episode 3 of Umineko where you play as Bitarichi with a crossbow and stakes. Can we just have just to piss off one person in particular that I saw in a VOD comment once, can we just all as a community just you know, put our hands together and just collectively just say, get fuck Steins Gate together as a family? Get fuck Steins Gate! Yay! We went past it. Get fuck Steins Gate. Yay! There we go. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, milady, what are you doing in such a place? We're so back. Madam was looking for you. I'm here because I don't want to be found. Anyway, I'm sure she just wants to scold me. Like, is your appearance alright? And what's your language? Oh, without a doubt. You know, when the day of the family conference comes, I always start thinking about this witch for some reason. Oh, and why might that be? The family conference is the day when everyone related to grandfather gathers. I hear that this time even Battler is going to be coming after 6 years. What if, just like that, some relative who hasn't shown themselves for several decades suddenly shows up? That's what I'm always thinking about. Oh ho, could a relative like that exist? I mean, Beatrice-sama, she exists. Nobody knows her background. Could she be father's mistress from long ago? What if one of her descendants suddenly appears and tells us to return the gold we were given or something? Oh, Kurosama and the others will probably discuss the master's inheritance problem this year too. Once they get so fired up talking about the witch's gold, one could hardly be surprised if that witch herself were to show up, yes? Kumasama-san, I guess you keep quitting and getting rehired. But you've been here as long as Genji-san, right? You know more about Beatrice, don't you? Who knows? You know nothing. Even if I try to remember, this old woman here can't even recall what she had for breakfast this morning. Kumasama-san, you're always dodging with those excuses, but you know something, right? What if this whole thing is just some elaborate setup from Kraus to, like, poison Kinzo's mind via the servants that are secretly on Kraus and Natsui's side because Kinzo's fucking crazy, and is like, let's like make his delusions go even like stranger with Beatrice, like and make him more obsessive so he doesn't talk to any other of the kids about the inheritance so we can remain in control of the family. But then because of that and their like ploys to make Kinzo go even more insane and drive him closer to the edge, they accidentally trigger like this belief system that they didn't even know was real. And now they have to deal with it, and they're like, oh shit, it went too far. Sometimes you feel kind of devious, like you know something and you're laughing behind our backs. I'm saying this because of that I feel like it was a pretty big bombshell that Natsui said that they had the servants in league with them to make sure that Kinzo doesn't come down for food. That's weird. Or unexpected. Oh, that's harsh. I don't have any secrets. The only thing I can say is that Beatrice-sama is the Golden Witch, and that she is the other master who controls the night of this island. Okay, now you're just repeating stuff grandfather said. It must be a pain to play along with grandfather's crap, even though you get paid for it. Ha ha ha! Fuck you! Spin the chessboard! He's actually playing along with our crap! However, I can say this much. What? In ancient times, Rokkinjima was feared and called Azukishima, Azuki Bean Island? Azuki Bean Island? What? The Azuki is said to be a corrupted form of Akujiki, and in fact it was called Akujikishima, Evil Appetite Island. That is what is told among the fishermen. Why? I've heard about that before. Supposedly there's lots of sunken rocks and shipwrecks around here, so the fishermen got scared and stayed away whenever they could, right? Evil spirits settled down in Akujikishima and have continually eaten the souls of people since ancient times. Quite a few people lost their lives because of this island. Huh. Huh. And then that monk, the traveling Shugenja or whatever, built that shrine, reposed the souls, and settled them here, right? Settled them there, right? Sounds pretty crazy, though. And that shrine for the repose of souls was destroyed by an eerie, violent thunderbolt this summer, which tore up the darkness of the night. But don't worry about that. It's probably fine. I didn't know her name was Chio before. Chio. Kumasama-san, you really like those stories? Okay, sure, it'd be pretty creepy if a thunderbolt took out a shrine, but well, it was all worn out from the start. Maybe it just got washed away by some big wave. Ha 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 ha. The evil spirits of Akujikishima woke up from the slumber. I'm adding the up. Woke from the slumber and summoned Beatrice-sama. If Beatrice-sama happens to pay a visit to the family conference, if she does, Kumasawa fell silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going, so that gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly. It's just a theory. Well now, I wonder what would happen. Oh. Live phone reaction? Whoa, that sounds great. Of course. Won't you be able to do better at work if you get a chance to enrich your heart by living the good life every once in a while? Yup. Can't live right unless both your wallet and your heart are enriched after all. Sure, I'll keep the day open. Go ahead and make reservations. Okay. Don't even think of missing it. Does chat need to be told what this is? Yeah, I'm counting on you. I love you, Kyrie. Really? After kissing the receiver... Really? Rudolph hung up. Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call. Sorry to keep you waiting. Have we heard anything from the States yet? Yes. You have a call from Dale Watanabe, the lawyer. I'll transfer it. On the whole, how's it going? Well, there does seem to be one unfortunate matter. It appears the other party has no intentions of withdrawing from the trial. Guess there's no fooling them. Haha. Please, transfer it here. Understood. I'll do that right away. The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang. Hey there. Hello, hello? Sorry for the wait. Ushirimiya speaking. Thanks. How's it going on your end? Let's skip the pleasantries and jump into the main issue. I've got good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Always ask for the bad news first. Yes, might as well start with the bad. I hate fighting when there's no dessert. Very well. The bad news is that the other party is getting ready to prosecute. Just a few days ago, a similar trial resulted in a decision in favor of the plaintiff. The defendants were using roughly the same arguments we planned to use, but they were rejected in every case. I'm afraid to say it, but if we face the courtroom as we are now, it's extremely likely that each one of our claims will get rejected. So, that trial ended up being a total bust after all, and I thought their position was even more solid than ours. That hurts. Okay, what about the good news? I managed to contact the executives of the other party. I explained the situation we're in, told them we have no intentions of tarnishing their brand's image, and managed to get an understanding. They'll send us their terms over the next few days, and if these are carried out, they promise to withdraw their charges. This is their proposal according to the number 2 man on their board of directors. Your impression? To be honest, I expect their terms will be extremely severe. We estimate that changing the company name and the brand name will be inevitable. I think we'll be able to earn some leeway by playing with the amount of settlement money, making a public apology in a major newspaper, and carrying all this out within a reasonable amount of time. They sure are making this complicated when they could just tell us to go broke. They only recently switched to a new president, and their groundwork hasn't been completely laid yet. If we resist until the bitter end, they fear the forces opposing the current president won't hesitate to aid their enemies. Hence, the big shots want this matter settled as quickly as possible too, so we might still have enough leeway to get them to mitigate their terms if it'll lead to a quick settlement. Therefore, either way, we are still looking at a crazy sum of money. You need to be prepared for that. Even that would be much cheaper than paying punitive damages. Thank you very much, sir. Please contact me if anything new happens. We're paying you the big bucks, so no idle chit-chat. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone, after kissing it, just out of, habit. The executives sitting in reception seats seemed to have guessed at the contents of that discussion. You guys hear that? Simply put, they'll forgive us if we can pile up enough money. Now, all we've got to do is haggle over the amount of that money. But President, the likely sum for the settlement Mr. Watanabe indicated is too much. We don't have that much of a margin. If we'd known this would happen, we never would have started diversifying. The calculations were that we could escape a capital crisis if we managed to endure for 3 years. To think we'd be stabbed at a time like this. How bad can our luck get? What a bad luck. I guess we fell at the step of the hop, step, and jump. It's enough to make you cry, like the seagulls. We have no choice but to draw the money from the main bank. Banks are no good. They only bet their money on winners. The economy's improving, but we can't show weakness to the banks. President, do we have access to any funds that are unaccounted for? Funds we are unaware of? Quit it. Do I look like that kind of man? The contents of my wallet are totally exposed to you guys, okay? The account books over there show all our company has. In that case, we need to raise money. We need a sponsor who can draw in several million for us as soon as possible. President, couldn't something be worked out with one of your personal connections? President. Calm down, you bastards. Let me worry about raising the money. You guys just keep the business running without making too much noise. Our accusers are saying they'll let us be if we can show them the money. We've already got thick pipelines in Asia. Things will probably be shaky, but we'll be able to maintain our current deals. Basically, if we can just bring the money together, we'll be able to solve all our problems. Just you watch, I'll fix all of this. I won't leave you out in the cold. Time to start getting your hopes up again. Once this is all behind us, I'll be rewarding all you guys with a champagne tower. I promise you that, so shut up and follow me. Got it? Yeah. The airplane suddenly shook, probably due to turbulence. Rudolph was jostled awake. He'd woken early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat.
大丈夫？
Did I just say seat twice? Drifted off to sleep while resting in his seat. You
まだ
okay?
だいぶ眠いんじゃないの？
Are you sure you aren't still pretty sleepy? After all, it seems you've been really busy with work lately. Being busy with work is nothing to complain about, right? Once I've got nothing left to do, it won't be long before we're out in the cold.
そうね。
Good point.
バトラ君も帰ってきたんだ
Now that
から
even Battler comes back, we'd be looking at worse than just the two of us going around begging. Yeah, our family's all together again for the first time in 6 years. So the leader of our family's got to give it his best if we want to spend some time alone together. When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable. If I could prostrate myself before father and get 10 million yen every time he slugged me, I'd do it a dozen times. Oh, 120 million yen. Or maybe he could just go and die already. I've always depended heavily on his financial support, and now I'm after his inheritance. I'm headed straight to hell. I can hardly complain if father doesn't want to meet the man I've become. Okay. I misjudged Rudolph. I misjudged Nanjo. Could it be that once again you do not plan on making an appearance at the family conference? Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their debate. They can discuss how they'll suck my bones dry on their own. How utterly contemptible. My, how troublesome. Nando shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. If the time comes for me to leave this room, I will show myself, just as she does not show herself yet. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Did we see this one already? Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference where all his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. Why do some people say wrath is wrath? Wrath sounds better. Wrath does have a certain, ring to it, but it's wrath. Where are you getting wrath from? You're putting the tie over the cape clasp, not the other way around? Today I will hold a certain ceremony. Oh, and what might that be? Perhaps it is closer to a gamble than a ceremony. After all, magic without risk can never house a miracle. You're British? Yeah, just because I'm British doesn't mean I agree with all the Britishisms. I fucking hate schedule so much. Oh, man. Oh, goddamn. It's schedule. Don't say schedule. Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumph. Aluminum or aluminium? Don't care. Either one's good for me. I don't give a shit. I wonder what sort of gamble you're making. As a man who was once called the Golden Gambler, and who's now so old he might pass on at any time, says the doctor, this should be well worth watching. Ho ho. Huh. I see. So the secret ritual I developed after much research appears to be nothing more than a gamble to one unversed in magic such as you. Very well. If I have faith in miracles and win, you will see clearly on this day that all my research did bear fruit, despite it seeming to be little more than the product of my eccentricity. If you win, it will all end just as you have already seen, as nothing more than the I can't say this word, eccentricity of an old man who might leave this world at any time. Z or Z? Z. Ho, just what sort of gamble could you be planning to take? As your friend, that bet, or ceremony as you call it, I'm doing a bet on my dominoes, as I can only pray most sincerely that you achieve victory in it. Yes, I thank you. Speaking of which, Kinzo-san, have you heard that a much longed for guest will be present at the family conference this year? What? For once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around. That's right, Battler-kun from Rudolph-san's family. I hear he'll be coming after an absence of 6 years. I'm sure he's become a splendid boy. Oh, Battler? I wouldn't call him longed for, a guest who's failed to show up for a mere 6 years. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again. 1 second, chat. Getting kind of hot in here. I imagine those 6 years went by in a flash for you, considering how you've immersed yourself in your research in this room. Humph. However, we might actually receive a visit from a truly longed-for guest. Everything depends on the results of the roulette. The roulette has already started to spin. The demon's roulette. Will it be rouge or noir? Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. The payoffs are large, and I don't intend to lose. Beatrice, accept my bet. At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could. What is it? I'm busy. Genji speaking. Everyone has arrived. What of it? Just serve them some tea or something. Certainly, I will do so. Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, why be mean to Genji? Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and then gazed up at the lead-colored sky. We're back! Okay. Is it the same room? Welcome back to Rakinjima. We do hope you enjoy your stay and also survive. We hope you enjoy your stay. So are all the pieces in place? Shall we line them up again and start a new game? Any objections from you? Nope, none. The witch looked at him challengingly while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler? He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes. That didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. It showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. Okay, were we just seeing everything? Was I right? Because if I'm right, that's fantastic. Was she just like showing a play and we were watching it, or what? It was an expression of his determination to fight. Don't tell me you're jumping into this without a plan. Haha, I never have a plan. That's why I just always spin the chessboard and win somehow. Oh, I love you so much. Finally, a man with some backbone. Oh my god. I'm gonna cherish this spine after I rip it out of your fucking body. I don't even know how you'll make your first move, so I've got no plans or anything. Go ahead and move first. Humph. Naturally, I'll do so. How shall I break down your defenses? How many moves will it take to checkmate you? Why so many twangs lately? This is where you'll see me at my finest. No matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. And that means, this game's built in a way that makes it impossible for you to win. Perhaps you're right. However, I'm the one who decides how many times we'll hold this game. We'll repeat it over and over again until I win and you acknowledge your defeat, see? Oh, okay, here we go. In other words, this is torture. You promise? An eternal torture that shall continue until you surrender to me. It shall go on endlessly until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches. Then I'll play your game endlessly as many times as it takes until you run out of patience. I've never lost in a test of stubbornness. He's literally me. He's literally me. Oh, did a certain witch plant that idea in your head? Cackle, cackle, very well. I'm tired of listening to you ramble. Come on, get this started. Then let us begin. I already know all of your moves. A defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known. Don't think you'll be able to defy me with the same moves. Beatrice, I've got just one thing to say before we start. What is it? You're super hot. And after this, go ahead and say whatever you want. However, whether I believe you is something I'll decide for myself. No matter how impressive this magic of yours is, my soul won't yield to you. You think this is torture for me? You're wrong. I'm enjoying this. Then what else could it be? Love. This is torture for you. You're I'm not stuck in your magical, hypothetical, holodeck rerun of the murders until we get it right with me. You're stuck in here with... No, hold on, I fucked it up. No, shit. Oh my god. Someday you'll surrender to me and give up. Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again. How amusing. What an entertaining metaphor. Metaphor? Torture, where we torment each other. Yes, truly amusing. Are we flirting? Come, shall we begin that torture? Ushurumia battler! Ooh! Every year, the relatives visiting Rokkenjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. They would stop there to chat about the rose's beauty and how well they were blooming that year. Okay, is Battler gonna remember? Or does he have to do it, like, blind? And if he is doing it blind, was the one that we just saw even the first time? In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Can't believe he's still single. Then Battler, with whom she'd been getting along well with since that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. Okay, this is definitely different. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. Why is it different? I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much. Okay, so he doesn't know. I always figured it was a pretty unfamiliar event for the Japanese. Is he gonna know every single time he goes back to the tea room? Is he gonna remember? Is it like selective memory loss sort of thing? Okay, why is it different? Are the murders gonna be different this time? Is it that she wasn't successful enough this time, so this time she's gonna do it differently, or what? Well, it's a kids festival where they get to parade around in costumes, right? It can be fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual. I think there's a slightly deeper cause behind it. After all, she is the witch, Maria-chan. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was going to wear a costume, it'd be a witch? Does she like witches? Who doesn't? Yeah, she loves them. So much that it becomes a problem. Hey, it's not so bad. You expect kids at that age to love fantastical stuff like that? If it was just a heroine on some TV anime, at least it'd be cute. Sigh. Judging by Rose's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. The cousins other than Battler seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. So you're arguing that because she likes witches, she also likes Halloween? If we don't know, why don't we just ask her? Hey Maria, how are Halloween and witches related? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled "ah," as if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Don't bring up witch in front of Maria. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who'd been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. Ooh. To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year signified its birth, its growing at period, its aging and death, and then its revival. I get it. In spring, the weak warm sun starts to grow up and gets hot, and then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Sort of makes sense to think of it as the sun living out an entire life. Okay, let's go over to Akane that has the next paragraph as well. Did you know that the sun used to be a lot colder before, but then witches made it hotter? Thank you too. Gordot4ot for the bits. Hello, Joe. I am the resident Jad's One Piece expert. Hope you're enjoying Umipiko. Looking forward to your One Peak adventures. Yeah, it's One Peak because I'm only going to take one glance at the pages before I give up. Lamayo got him! Oh. Thank you. Boss Andrew for the resub. That was such a bad joke. Oh my god, that was terrible. Thank you, Os Andrew for the resub. Cat Booty for the resub as well. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007 again. Wouldn't it be funny if all of Kinzo's gold had been converted into FTX right in time for it to go bust? Maybe that is what Kraus is hiding from the other siblings. Thank you, Sinopia for the resub as well. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a giant dance. Yes. So they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, was laid to rest in the land of the dead, and was then revived at the winter solstice. And the name they gave to the last day of their year, when the sun ended its 1 year lifespan and died, was Samhain, and they celebrated then. It's an interesting idea to think that— Shut up, George! It's an interesting idea to think that the sun revived on the day of the winter solstice, when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. It's a case that makes it clear how much the ancients regarded the sun as sacred. Oh god, wouldn't you? I see. So what does that have to do with witches? It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt. In the interval between October and November, life and death became the closest they ever will. The Celts believed that during this time, the world of the living grew closer to the world of the dead and otherworldly beings, and many of those living in the other world would come to visit. It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. Hee. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Also, they called a witcher. That part became a festival, which turned— Aren't you Celt or something like that? Technically, yeah, I think I am. I'm Welsh and Scottish, so yeah. Some part at least, yeah. That part became a festival, which turned into a costume parade. I'm just passionate about witches, man. You really know a lot, don't you, Maria? Ain't it the truth? Even I knew Halloween had such a history. But where did that whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults suddenly started listening to— I didn't realize you guys were still here. I thought it was just like us and Rosa here. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Saying that this was just a kid's discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. Can we hear her say it? But nobody else agreed to go with her, and she let out a heavy sigh. Ooh. Trick-or-treat is just for fun. It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic ceremony. It was created later when Christian customs were mixed in. However, I think it's right for Halloween to be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops. So basically, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival? I get it. Now that you mention it, I guess October is a turning point in all kinds of ways, including with the seasons. Sort of the opposite of April in Japan. Yeah, that might be a good place to market. Ooh, and also the witches hold a witch assembly then called a Sabbath. The witches thank the spirits that give out blessings of prosperity and reward them. Halloween costumes imitate the guests that come from the other side. In other words, you might say giving out candy is a way to show gratitude for the yearly harvest. Ooh, just like George Oni-chan says. So Halloween is a time when those two worlds intermingle? In other words, it's the most important chance for witches to intermingle with guests from that world. Is that what you're trying to say? Ooh, just like Battler says. And you know what? October is when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. Hee 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 hee. I'm sure Beatrice will come. And then, we'll eat marshmallow candies together, and she'll bring me to the Golden Land with her. We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together. And then, we'll learn the secrets of runes, and I'll become a great witch really, really quickly. Slap? My, isn't that wonderful? It's best for kids to have dreams. By the way, Rosa, how old will Maria be this year? Holy shit! Oh man, she's so good. Oh shit. Thank you, Rosa Umineko for the new sub. Welcome, Rosa Umineko. Thank you, Crunchy Vinyl. Cool name for the new sub as well. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to In Other Words. And thank you, the Jellyfish, for the bits. Ooh, are you enjoying Umi Pico, Joe? I am, very much. Maria, that's enough of that. Don't worry about it, Rosa-san. It's a dream all girls have at one time or another. Thank you very much, but Maria has already graduated from that age. Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Oh? That sounds pretty detailed and impressive. By the way, who is Beatrice again? I know I've heard that name somewhere before. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rockinjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant, like the candy. Oh, don't bring the face back. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch. That's enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler-kun, for letting her chat with you. Kennen-kun, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Go-to-san, it looks like everyone wants to set down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, allow me to guide you. Then, if you will excuse me. Goto led the relatives and they began to head towards the guest house. At this point in time, or maybe a little bit before that, was Rosa the character with the least amount of screen time? I think yes. Probably? Definitely in the running, right? Goto, no. Well, Goto was in some of the servant scenes and at the pier where I don't remember Rosa being. Maybe it's between Goto and Rosa? Kraus, yeah, Kraus didn't show up until later and he wasn't in it for very much. But he did have that private scene with Natsui. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out, I guess. Like in a not really all that sort of interesting way, but it's like, oh, okay, cool. That's I know that now. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she'd been using on Maria's slender arm. That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted. Even though I'm always telling you not to talk about witches, haven't I always said that was our promise together? Mama, ouch. Mama, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You really do like blabbering on about Halloween all the time, don't you? A festival for witches? Who cares about the Celts, black magic, all that idiotic trash? Okay, so it seems like everyone knows that Maria's really into witches, even before this scene, because everyone was like, oh, Battler, you don't know what you've done. So that means anyone here would know that if they dressed up in a Beatrice costume and gave the letter to Maria, that she would just instantly go along with it. Doesn't narrow it down.
あんた9歳よ
You're
9歳
9 years old, 9. Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble of making a stop and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. Maybe they do. I went out of my way to buy it even though it made us late. How much more will you embarrass me before you're satisfied? As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory, of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. But now, that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her, like the brooch was ground to the ground in the exact same part, right? The same part of the garden. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. What's the deal with this disgusting candy? Disgusting, disgusting. It's because you're like that. It's all because you're like that. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, okay. As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. Come back, mama. Come back, mama. Save me, mama. Defeat the bad witch. She kept bearing Rosa's assault, muttering that over and over. Didn't I tell you to stop talking about witches? Why you? Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Mira grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon. Mama, come back quickly. Save me, mama. Beat the bad witch. Fine, just stay there like that forever. Just stand there mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Oh, is this the different version of how she's left alone in the garden and the witch comes and gives her the letter? Or... because this seems like it was the version of the scene when they first enter the house, and the one when they're back in the garden happens later. Maybe it happens differently this time. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Excuse me. Thank you, Crimson Petals, for the new sub as well. Welcome, Crimson Petals. Oh, Rosa. Where were you? I'm sorry. The roses were so wonderful, Rosa, set your luggage down quickly and come with us. We're gonna say hi to Aniki. What happened to Maria-chan? Is she still by the flower beds? Yes. It seems she found a rose she likes and insisted that she take care of it, refusing to listen. I decided to let her do what she wants for a while. We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world. Sometimes, or big witches, sometimes we have to respect that, right? That's right. Thanks for your concern, Kyrie-Nisan. That's kind of hard to say. Goda-san, where is our room? I will guide you this way. By the way, we're having calf steak for dinner. Nudge, nudge. Allow me to hold your luggage. I'll be fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Rosa went to her room, guided by Goda. She then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Maria-sama, are you alright? Ken appeared from behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. I'm fine. Maria gave a creepy laugh, but to Canon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best she could. She's a horrible person. I can't believe she's a mother. It can't be helped. You can't expect anything better than that to enter a container of that level. I'm just fine. What is this? Because if this is a defense response to being abused, then holy shit. But if, like, she's actually possessed and just fucking with her mother into, like, the mother, like, beating her, and then she's like, ha ha ha, I made you do it, that is so unbelievably fucked up. I wrote a character in a story like that once, actually. Thank you, Typo Taylor, for the resub as well. Another month, another sub. I started Umineko because of the streams. Also, the game I worked on released this month, EP. Oh, congratulations, Typo Taylor. That's a big deal. Congrats. Hope it does well. Kenan got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really he couldn't do so. He couldn't do so with it in that condition. This candy seems important, but is it just for this different scene, or what? Is it to make it abundantly clear that this is a different scene, or is it going to come back later? Like, we're going to see, maybe it is glow-in-the-dark paint somehow. Like, I don't know how that would be on a candy, and we're going to see it, like, in a dark room later. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Kenan had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Kenan realized this, but didn't know what he should do. That's right. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Kenan remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Kenan thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Kenan realized she was saying, "Give it back." No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Kenan hung his head. Dusting it off is the most I can do. I'm sorry. Kenan held out the miserable-looking candy Maria had wanted. She took it and spoke. Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch could restore it to how it once was. It would be easy for Beatrice. Maria-sama, I'm furniture. You know about Beatrice? Sama? Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the What? Oh, failed. Shit. Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ushiromiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. Okay, alright. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Battler. So she had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Kenan felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. Yeah, we know. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that, as the witch departed, she said she'd eventually be revived. And now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Kenan couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. I wonder if this, really, intense belief is like a really good, battery of power for Beatrice in some way. Now that she's on the island, shit can happen. Glass shatter? No. For a while, Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Kenan's heart, almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then she spoke, as though it was a fact. Hee. You know, I'm friends with Beatrice. I'm even gonna meet her today and play. Hee. You're going to play? Yeah, of course we'll play. We're gonna have ice cream. We're gonna study magic together. Hee. The face of that witch, whom Kenan had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. Can we see it? Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, it seems he'll be unable to come down. Come on, we put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rakinjima during this crazy busy fall season. You think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable? Yeah, seriously. Dr. Nanjo, is it really his research and his mood that are the problem? He isn't really bedridden and able to get up, right? Well, I wonder. There is not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Netsui. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsui's approval. Okay. This is different too? Right? This seems different to me. Huh. Thank you, Playing It Wrong, for the resub. My weeb, it's a VN. Am I clicking it wrong? Thank you very much for the resub, Playing It Wrong. Father's state of health is better than ever. It would be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden. But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed? Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? For a normal patient, that would probably be the case. But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower. Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away. Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we have little to worry about for the near future, right? Though, if he's got that much spunk, I wish he'd at least come to greet us. Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face? I'm not even sure why we came now. So true? Don't say that. If he were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of us siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone? We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right? Can't you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years? If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I will tell him for you. Or Eva-san, is there something you'd like to discuss with Father beyond merely greeting him? Nah, come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh. Give it a rest, Eva. Natsui-san, forgive us. Eva's just worried about Father's condition as his daughter. Please try and understand how she feels. Indeed. Look how quickly you've grown to respect Father now that you know how much longer he has to live. Oh, what a line! Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much. Humph. What are you trying to say? Put it in, Nikki. Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner? Anyway, we've only just arrived. For now, we're only here for a casual greeting, and we could even hold the family conference without Dad. In fact, there's a few things we siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion. Isn't that right, Hideyoshi-san? Yep. It's just as Rudolph-kun says, yeah. Wish I could read. This is the only time of year we can all meet in person. We've got to take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined. But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure, surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor. Oh, Shannon and Cannon are here? Kari's words seem to contain a subtle admonition. How do you say this? Admonishment? It's admonishment is the root here, right?
Admonition.
Admonition. Okay. Subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered there. They all understood as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. Admonition. Excuse me. Oh, she is here. I've brought some tea. Hey, Shan, you just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kyrie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kyrie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window. Okay, I don't think... Would they think that? Or is that just Rudolph overthinking it? I don't know. Eva seems pretty headstrong. Like, Kraus seems to feel the same way about Natsuya a little bit, maybe. Maybe they would. I don't think. Yeah, you're right. That's true. So she separated herself as a tail. Yeah, okay. Oh, Rosa-san. I thought you siblings were enjoying some alone time. You must be joking. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a little exasperated by my husband. She Just leave it up, man. Just leave it up. Just leave it up. Apparently Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on the surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still immature for that. Too immature for that. Looks like the wind... It looks like the wind's started blowing hard out there. The plants are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already, and Maria's still in the garden. I wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight. Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year. Look at Kyrie being like, I'm trying to tell you, you need to go get your daughter without, you know, overstepping my line and telling you that you have to go get your daughter. Like, holy shit. Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet. No, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. Rosa fell silent. What, is Kyrie in C's? Maybe she was unsure as to what Kyrie meant by that. I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. That poor girl. Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Rosa bit her lower lip. This isn't a matter of assigning blame. Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together? You spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the small changes, but the rest of us who haven't seen her for a year can clearly see clearly how much she's grown. What a, like, oh my god. What a wonderful person. If you really mean that, thank you very much. Then, if you will excuse me. If there is anything you desire, please call for it any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go, the atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. Is it a rule so far that everyone who isn't a blood relative of Kinzo is actually a pretty good person? Hideyoshi, I'm not sure of, actually. Sometimes he tells Eva off, other times it feels like he's in on it. I'm not actually sure. Anyway, sorry, did I read this line? As Hideyoshi and Rudolph had a soft spot for women, watched her go, the atmosphere of the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. If father can't come down, well, that does still leave us with certain things we can discuss. Right, Rudolph? Here we go! Yep, that's right. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right? Very well, let us begin. What does this matter you're clearly so eager to discuss? My, those people really are determined. They certainly got started quick. I need to join in too. If I don't assert myself, those people will quickly forget that there are 4 siblings. No, 5! Sounds like you've got it pretty tough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Forgive me. No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often. What? Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady. Kyrie's a MILF? What? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I thought of the joke. I sat here being like, am I gonna say it? And then I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to say it. I'm sorry. You can blame the atmosphere in this mansion for that. Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so straight. Just once, I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you when we aren't attending a family conference. There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite of mine. Please let me invite you sometime soon. Thank you, Kirie-san. That sounds great. Oh no. The sky's gotten dark pretty fast. Real second wife, she had already worked on 7% of those wives. Okay, it's not in there. Is that new information? Was it said once before? It was just like a throwaway line. Is it not important? It's important for her bonding right now, but it's not. Okay. Oh no, the sky's gotten dark pretty fast. I could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. There's already thunder. Imagine Dragons? Oh, was that one there? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rose's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden, and Kyrie nodded and finally. A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if the rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right. I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Oh no, Maria! Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream. What? What is it? I'm sorry, I'm going outside for a second. So yeah, so this is completely different. Okay. It's not just different versions of different scenes. The whole chronology is fucking, it's in tatters, man. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back. What the? Seriously, what's going on with her? Don't worry, she'll be back soon. More importantly, shouldn't we begin? Our main topic. That's right. We can keep talking about that without Rosa. Let's return to our discussion. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. Okay. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kyrie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. Okay, so it's not too bad. I feel like she was out in the rain way more last time. It could start raining any time. So Rosa took out her Beatrice costume and then put her umbrella on, and then Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Maria! Maria! Are you there? If you're there, answer me. Is anyone gonna get the reference I just did there? Well, I know someone will. I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. Hey! Some people get it, yeah. Held it in her hand was the candy that I bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. Obscure game, Final Fantasy. So, well, it's not just obscure game. It's that I can't sing. So, ooh, Mama, welcome back. I waited for a long time for you to come back. The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying. Maria, forgive your Mama. Forgive your Mama. You didn't do anything wrong. You were just possessed by a bad witch again. So I'm fine. I really like you, Mama. I love you. Okay, if she's possessed the whole time, this is so fucked up. I'm sorry. Please forgive your Mama. For losing to the bad witch. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness, and once again those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. Okay, Maria, it's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me? Alright, so no umbrella this time? Ooh, won't go. Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother, so Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. It's Beatrice. She'll be here really soon, so I'm waiting. Are you flowy, Maria? Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is coming? Ooh. Really? Then instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come. Beatrice will come. And when she does, I'll give her candy. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say, Happy Halloween! Ooh. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning ooh ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably, no, definitely, fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was Kinzo in a witch outfit. Oh, whoa! Holy I'm upset. Beatrice, Mira dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone what's this? What's this? Jessica's outfit? No. No. I don't know. It's something. It's something. My brain. It's. It's Hideyoshi with a hastily costume change that he had to improv at the last minute. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know, but Rosa forgot to do that and was unable to do anything but stand there stunned. It's been quite some time. Have you been well? Ooh, I've been well. Witches don't catch colds. Ooh. Cackle, cackle. Indeed, a witch can use curses to make people catch colds, but how foolish would it be if she caught one herself? From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokkenjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be. Pitorichi! Happy Halloween! Look at what we bought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice. Indeed. Happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me? How truly adorable that a candy would be made out of this. The lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. It's Battler in candy form. I will enjoy this right now on this island that has been cut off from both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans. There may be no more suitable sweet. Cackle, cackle. Maria, what's wrong with that one? The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state. Ooh, got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beto? Oh, Rosa's about to get Dr. Manhattan. Holy shit, Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chin went down Rosa's spine as though this gaze was staring straight through her. Man, it's just great whenever she's on the screen, right? Like, all the scenes with her are just so good. It shall be easy, give it to me. Ooh. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible. My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria, close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it, really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to, what shape had that crushed candy really had. Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene, unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes. Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. You may now open your eyes. Take it. With this, your sweet has returned to normal. Ooh, Beatrice is incredible, incredible, giggle. There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face. One different from the smile she'd shown Maria. Does my face seem familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it. I'm sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch, but no, wait, could this mystery woman really be? Maria, I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me. Ooh, a letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. You must not. The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not. Take good care of it. That will be your invitation to the Golden Land. The Golden Land! So you'll finally take me there. Giggle. Giggle. Take it and treat it with care. You must not show it to anyone. Ooh, I'll keep that promise. You've always got to keep promises with witches. And this is for you. Huh? Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by the second western envelope which was thrust before her. Oh, she'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushirimiya family crest.
Hello, Rosa. I want to play a game. In the shed, there's a bunch of fucking pliers and, like, lawnmower blades and shit, and I want you to get 6 people and just grind them into fucking dust tonight, and if you do that, everything will be fine.
It was sealed with red sealing wax, and furthermore it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushirimiya head. Oh man, she caught the ring first try this time instead of 4 times in the other timeline. It could have been any of the 4 siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. Oh. So which sibling was it last time? Was it Kraus and that's how you found the gold? Huh. So take it, then read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table when all the siblings are gathered. What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was a family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So, she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph, and they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several 100 million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of his siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ushirimiya head can use. Maria, the weather is getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime. Oh, I'm skipping her lines, I'm sorry. Her voice lines. And Rosa, we'll meet again later. Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind, as though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger. Unable to do anything but pray what had happened was just a daydream. She was suddenly, accosted by Kinzo in a witch outfit, holding an umbrella. I'm here, I'm a little late. Kinzo, unknowing that the real witch had just appeared, was very confused that Rosa stared at him. You know what? We haven't saved it in a while. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guests approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. Wow. Wow. Play KCD2 in the middle of Umineko, bro? Really? Really? You're here campaigning for a sequel of a game that I haven't even played? What? In the middle of Umineko? We're doing a thing. We're doing a thing. Thank you, Paste5H, for gifting a sub to Gantz. Was pretty good. Yeah, true. Thank you, Paste5H. Thank you, The Perfect Noob, for the resub. Hey, Joe. Hey, Perfect Noob. Thank you, Human Kirby, for the new sub. Welcome, Human Kirby. Nintendo Sonic. Welcome. Thank you, Triport Triage? Triport Triage? One of those for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you very much, Clofus. And thank you, Maxilly. Or Maxi, for the resub as well. Thank you. Is Beatrice here? Someone in chat saying. Golden Witch who has lived with... Oh, why is she wearing this? The Golden Witch who has lived with it for 1,000 years. She's past the limits of humans. It seems like it's the same one. Okay. Respectful bow. I've been waiting, Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time, Genji. Humph. You've gotten old. No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end. Yeah, Genji is like that, okay. I remember how the man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well? He is doing extremely well. Humph. Cackle. The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at. Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. Glass? No? At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. What? A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being... It's... oh, man. Still, if it's what I think, it's like... just Battler and fucking shambles being like, look, even your confidant Kyrie saw the witch and it was fine. Like Battler, what are you doing? Get with the program. Everyone just wants to go to the Golden Land. Can you just give it up? And he's like, fuck you, no. Elaborate costumes, fucking future hologram tech. Your magic does exist, but if someone else's magic, just because magic exists doesn't mean you were the one doing the magic. Maybe there's another witch that was doing that that's trying to make another witch exist. Prove that there's not a second witch that was in the fucking bill. Like, just like, oh my god. A guest for Kinzo had arrived despite him being almost dead on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushirimiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kyrie immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kyrie and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. Hey witch, it's a pleasure to meet you. You were Rudolph's second wife, right? Were? Correct. This is Kyrie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kyrie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Ushirimiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kyrie's eyes instantly open wide. Oh shit. Is the epitaph the same? Oh, is it the same? What if that... What? Okay, I need a poll right now. Which outfit's better? I need a poll right, mods. I'm disappointed. There's one. I need a poll right fucking now. Therefore, more than anything else, I need a poll comparing the witches' outfits right now. Let's go. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kyrie. I wonder if this is our first meeting. All right, is it different? It is different now. Oh The mysterious visitor and the 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one had been allowed to use in the past. Is it just a hired actress? Is it like he found someone that's like just like a fucking doppelganger for the... Wait, hold on. He's the one who commissioned the portrait, so he can make her look however he wants. So he found someone who he can model the portrait after, so he could bring Oh no, I'm fucking Battler. Oh no. I'm fucking Battler. Oh shit. New outfit 1? Okay. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kira. What if this is our first meeting? If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name. So you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer. Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow like. You know what this reminds me of? Is it Elizabeth Hurley has the movie with Brendan Fraser in it, where she plays the devil and she's in like a variety of provocative outfits as the movie goes on. Has anyone seen? Is it Elizabeth Hurley, or am I thinking of something else? A different actress. That was a fun movie. Bedeviled, yeah. But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in, something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kyrie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. Is it Battler? It was Natsui. Kirie-san? Why are you standing still in a place like this? Oh, it's changed back. Are you not feeling well? Okay, it looks like it's the same. But maybe if we read the epitaph in this version, it'll change maybe. I'm sorry, I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit. Oh, you mean the Golden Witch Beatrice? The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revival of the revived Ushirima family we see today. That witch? Yes, that witch. Quite a fantastical story, just what one might expect from father. Natsui spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kyrie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsui's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while. Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. Just make sure you read the bottle. I'll get it for you. Oh, the look on her face there. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either. How long has he been in there since last he left? I believe it has already been several years. Several years? Wasn't he out in one of the flashbacks or earlier on, or what? Okay. How pitiful. By now, you're the bird in a cage. No, you're the ghost of the study, are you not? How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that. Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost. Is it love or madness or a delusion? And yet perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. You sad magician. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. Is Kevin McAllister on the other side? Fucking like Battler, like spin the chessboard. I've seen Home Alone. You just put a fucking like a hot iron on the other side of the fucking doorknob in order to make it like that. Prove that they didn't have one in that. They could have anything in that study. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Beatrice Sama. What is this? A ward against magic? Is that person able to get by without relying on something like this? Why would he want to keep you out? I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrice-sama. Shall I open it? No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its results, there is no need for me and Kinzo to meet again. The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned. Or perhaps that is why he has this ward here in the first place. Humph. Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board. Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble, of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life. Glass shatters. This is good. Please tell me it's 6 hours today. I think it's 5 hours today. We have a schedule for this, believe it or not. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Enter. Excuse me. 4 hours today. So is this the last scene, Mouse? After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. Why? Because I can't really read for that long. Like in one sitting, it's difficult for me, and also we're updating it to a week now, so you'll have way more Umipiko. Don't worry. The next stream is also Umineko on Tuesday. Yeah, I probably should have put the whatchamacallit, that in the title that we're doing on Tuesday as well. Yeah, we're trying to have like good start and end times as best as we possibly can within the bounds of the chapters and everything. We're trying not to end in the middle of a chapter or in the middle of a scene or something like that. So they're like off ramps because some of the chapters are quite long, right? So yeah, that's why at some point the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Kennen realized that this was absolutely true. So if we had done this every leap day, I actually would have died before finishing it, huh? Unless it was like a 12-hour stream each leap day. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings. Cannon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. Jessica, why are you wearing that? I will prepare the meal, Beatrice-sama. Cannon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Cannon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook. Calf steak. Yes, he is called Goda and was employed here recently. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years. Cackle, cackle. Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Beatrice. See, Battler? Exactly the same person, Sama. It has been a long time, Canon, the furniture. It has been quite some time. Canon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being, but the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference. You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared. Am I right? Canon didn't force an answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance. I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came to accept that interest tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good. Cackle, cackle. There's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they... What? How they are used. Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeeded in great exploits. However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. Cackle, cackle. But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interests into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or else a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly amusing. Canon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. I don't know, I'm enjoying it, and in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Nice. Nice. Could it be that you... Cackle, cackle. Behold, the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. Could it be the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph. Okay, is it going to be the same? Canon, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice. The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. I believe you've wanted that for a long time. To furniture, which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony. To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to, but those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Okay, get out of the way then. Make room for someone with taste. Kanon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling. Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world as mere furniture? I have no regrets because I am furniture. You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure? That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Hehehe. Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Kanon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Kanon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it so easily. I'm just adding words. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Kanon is like, I don't know, the two of them smashed together make her. It's alchemy. Kanon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? Love. He felt a little shameful at his own naivety. It is naivety, right? Naivety. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will turn to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to leave. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more. This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us furniture, the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept. Naivete is such a strange spelling. The sound at the end is an A. Yeah, I said it right there. I don't know why, but I know how to say that word, but when I see it read, I want to like pronounce it a different way. It's weird, huh? I want to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continue to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. And yet, it seems you love Shannon a little too dearly, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Once again, the French has fucked us. Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Will those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try. Cackle, cackle, cackle. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live like that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you? Kneel? Well, what? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Kanon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Land is opened, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience a taste of love. Is this like an indoctrination to this ideology so they could just be so more easily controlled? Like how long in advance was this set up? What the fuck? Thank you for the double whammy gift sub from Henry Wyatt and Dalmec. Henry Wyatt with The Wicked Witch of the East, though. And Dalmec with She Came Down in a Bubble, Dog. Or Doug, I'm not even sure which one it is to this day. If you don't know that joke, you can look it up later. It's pretty funny video. Except for the guy randomly pulling out a knife at some point. I don't know what that's all about. Thank you, Dalmec and Henry Wyatt. And thank you, Penguini, for the resub. Thoughts on Glorp? I have no thoughts on Glorp, sorry. No thoughts on Glorp. Cool name, Penguini. There's no point trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You are sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Stop it, stop it. Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement. Oh, Canon, you already are. Oh, then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who is implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit after all. The one who attains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. What? On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using the epitaph as a threat against Canon. Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. It could be any 2 who are close, a husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. So you're the key. Are you? Don't you think there could be no more fitting a sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon as she is now? Cackle cat. You dirty. Kenan realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture, but in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Kenan shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Kenan, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no reason other than that it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn. What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice, see? I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. She's so gross. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right. She predicted Canon's submission even before he made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. So this is like I'm guessing like a gesture of like belief, respect, and for a being like her, it's probably like nourishing, like giving her more power. I don't think it's all for the lols, but maybe? I don't know. No, she's just horny? Oh, okay. Alright. Well, you know. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how the children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Ballard joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria. Is Mouse still here? Mouse, are we like when the glass shatters, or what? Nah, it'll be when you see Rudolph on screen. Okay, so that's the best stopping point, when Rudolph's on screen? Okay. Rudolph hide. Is it worth taking another break or no? Oh shit, I just poured water all over myself. Okay. Okay. 4-hour streams for Umineko are probably going to be standard, chat, because otherwise I'm going to stop being able to keep track of it, and like the reading is quite strenuous. I'm sorry. Even the Persona streams I start to really like the word I usually use is wilt. I start to wilt in like the 5th hour, so, and I'm not reading as much in the Persona streams. The reading is actually pretty strenuous, so yeah. Sometimes I will go 5. Sometimes if it's like really important to keep going, like end of an episode, like, or end of a whole thing, then I might like go even longer. But I have to like have the shorter days in order to have the the means to do the longer ones. At first, Ballard joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Fwah. Oh, that's a big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning? No. Well, sorry like that. And now all the tension's gone. I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain. Tension? Hee. You call freaking out like that tension? At least it is for me. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. Great yawn! He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel. Oh. Stop kidding around. Goto-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight. That make it mackerel steak. Kumasama-san, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket? Oh, here you go. Kumasama brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle. You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you. Nah, can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me, and if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Night. And then everyone died. Ooh, Battler sleeps. He's gonna wake up. Maria's gonna be singing the song in the corner. Do, do, do. All the blood. He's gonna be like, oh my god, what is this, gore? What the fuck are we do? Battler's sleeping. A nap? A nap? Ooh, I'll do it too. Maria, Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa-san, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp in front of the TV. Sheesh. And just when we'd finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years, this guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and there's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. Turn yet? I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right? No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. Ah, okay. Alright, we're getting a little meta. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on the stage. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. Qua. Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess. Give me a break. No kidding. You're so sleepy, you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now. Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I've got serious issues with what Battler's saying. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off. With distanced eyes, Jessica gazed at the window at the gray rose garden obscured by the rain, and then Nanjo, who's been in the corner the whole entire time, started speaking. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. Someone else did that last time too, didn't they? Was it Natsui? Daughter does it this time, so it just wasn't your turn yet, is that it? Then just when will you get up on stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Dang, it's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all— I'm sorry, did you go to sleep to talk to the witch? Did you go to the Velvet Dream Room? It's all screwed up. Cackle, cackle. I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people. I tried changing my opening move, no more. Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board. So all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen like this. Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first move one of the classic moves in chess? Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in, walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me. What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start? You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation whilst you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right, just now it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you fixed it with magic. Yeah, exactly, yeah, that's right. Has to be it. It's useless, all useless. Yeah, exactly. And you had one of those little pocket flashlights that have like one of those like kaleidoscope things that you could shoot out little fucking like those existed in 1986, right? Like fucking like, oh look, here you go. It was kind of foggy out in the typhoon, and we could make little butterflies appear in the sky when we did that. Yeah. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct? Who cares about that? Yeah. That was a hallucination or a trick, or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem. Cackle. So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial? I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've dug your own grave. Ushiria Battler. Oh, it still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. This is Beto. You can stop. Oh, thank you for permission, Mouse. Okay, all right. We'll stop here then. When they started hearing Battler snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. All right, that is actually a really good place to end. That was good. That was good. The turn continues. We have a better understanding of what's going on. I do wonder, does he know what's going on even when he's not asleep, or is it like he has to act in a certain way? Is he acting the whole time? I'm really curious about that. I have so many questions. That was good. Peak stream, your favorite parts of the game today? I didn't play a game today. I haven't played any games today. I missed one apparently. Sorry. There you go. Definitely finding out that it seems like what I said last stream is accurate, and that she's like basically just like that is what the difficulty being on high means. Like, yeah. I really love that. Yeah. Like I'm enjoying this episode greatly. Like I don't know, man. Like it's not slow to me at all. I don't know. Like I really enjoy it. Like it's cool. It really tickles me. It's really good. Do you love it? Too soon to say? And this is the worst episode? I mean, it is the worst, I think, yeah. Some people said it's the worst one. Can you look at Bitorichi's thighs? Again? It's important, I swear. No alternative motive for sure. Again? What? For the tattoo? For the emblem? This thing here? Yeah, I noticed. It's the same one that, it's the other half of what Shannon has, right? No, we're just horny? Oh, okay. Alright. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. Hope you're enjoying the little meta bits. They're my fave parts of Umineko, and episode 2 is actually one of my faves because I wasn't expecting that development. This is good. Alright, so Umineko is still holding. It's hodling. All right, pretty good. Enjoy your weekend, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I have 2 days off. I have a bunch of stuff to do. Hopefully my hard drive stuff gets here soon next week. It's also Leo's birthday next week, so I have to do some shopping, and we'll do that. Do we have anyone to raid? Is Backseat live? Sometimes Backseat is live on Saturday. Backseat is live? Okay, let's raid Backseat then. Backseat streams. Raid Backseat streams. There we go. I cannot imagine a scenario where this ends well. But if it does, this might be peak metafiction. It's so good. I love the characters too. Yeah, I'm bracing for it to get bad. Yeah, I'm bracing for the cliff. Yeah. I don't know. This is doing a lot of things really well, but it's also doing a lot of things really well for that I personally like in fiction a lot. So I'm gonna be super biased against not for this. So I'm trying to like have that bias in my mind as we continue. Because I don't want to be in the position where I'm like I'm trying to like justify, oh, you know what, this isn't that bad, you know, that sort of thing, because Yeah, it does things that I like in particular. Yeah. Yapping after raiding. Well, the people are joining the raid. We haven't sent it yet. Anyway, I'll see you all on Tuesday for more of this, and then on Wednesday we're back to Persona 3. See you later. So there, everybody. Have a good weekend.